Hey, everybody. Welcome to another episode of True Crime with me, your host, Feminine and Fierce. We are doing a part two into some of the things that either Netflix didn't show or things that have come out since the Crash documentary came out. As you guys know, they said Hulu's coming out with a part two. They do have a episode on HBO Max called Mean Girl Murders. It's season two, episode 7 about this. Also, Killer Stories. They did an episode, I believe. Investigation ID has something that they did. Also, of course, Netflix, The Crash. But there is just so much coming out. If you guys don't know, Dom's older sister, she has started to build a platform. Her goal is she's got many goals, but one of her goals in forming her platform was to try to get a bigger platform. Well, for one, awareness for her brother and what happened to her brother and Davion, but also to get a bigger platform than the Shirillas, to get things out there. Yes, season two, episode 7. Yes. Basically to get things out there because she said, they have sat back for 4 years. Killer Case is season 4, episode 12. Okay, I wasn't for sure on that one, but I knew the other one was season 2's episode 7. Um, but she wants to make this platform to basically debunk the misinformation that is out there and to have a bigger platform than they have, basically, so that Dom still has a voice because they started this. Allegedly, the parents are who started, the mom actually is who started the Free Mackenzie page and started all of this. So she wanted to basically have a platform to where people would be able to see Dom's side of things and he would have a voice. Also, Davion's sister, she has also been coming on. She's talking on her lives on TikTok about it. And she is also wanting to, his Dom's older sister is wanting to bring awareness to domestic violence in teen relationships. And she's also starting a foundation. Um, and in her brother's name there is a petition. One of the big things that she is trying to do, and let me just find this petition. One of the things that she is trying to do is get this petition to take to Congress and the House, and basically she is trying to make it to where they're trying to change the laws, the Sam of Sun, I think it's called the Sam of Sun law, basically to where if she would ever get out, that she cannot make money or find a loophole or any of that, that she would not be able to make money by going on podcasts. She wouldn't be able to make movies. She wouldn't be able to do anything with this tragedy to be able to make a living, basically. I think I don't know if they're thinking this, but I think a lot of people in the public our worst fear, because I share Son of Sam. Thank you. I knew I was saying it wrong. I think the public has a fear. I know I have this fear. Although I don't think she's getting out, my fear would be if she does get out, that she would turn into the next Gypsy Rose. And they don't want that. Which I don't know how that works in Gypsy's case as far as making money off things, because clearly it's not stopped her. But that's what they want to do. They want to, change the law a little bit and make it to where um, she could not make money off of it. Which I wish they would. I wish they would be able to do that for the parents. There are 50,772 um, signatures on this petition already, but it's to modernize the Son of Sam laws. Um, Let me just read it. She says, my brother Dominic Russo was killed by Mackenzie Shirilla, a case that was recently brought to the public's attention through the Netflix documentary The Crash. Since the documentary aired, our family has had to relive this tragedy publicly over and over again. What hurts even more is seeing how modern social media culture allows violent offenders to gain attention, followers, donation, publicity, and influence from the crimes that destroyed families like mine. I started this petition to call on lawmakers to modernize these laws for the digital age and close those loopholes that allow convicted violent offenders to turn tragedy into personal gain. Please sign and share my petition. It is completely free to sign, and every signature helps bring awareness and push for change for victims' families everywhere. Um, so I am going to put this in the comments. Um, I'm going to put this in the comments so that you guys can also share. Copy link. Okay. All right, let me see if this is the right. Hopefully, this is um, the right link. I don't even think I've changed it to sub only. So let me do that. I'm not going to start. I usually start off true crime. You guys know we always play the 2 rounds, the 2 games. We're not going to do that today just because there's so much that we have to get into. So if you're over on Facebook, make your way over. All you have to do is go out of the live that you're in, go up to the very top of the page, click the link, and come on over. If you see something or someone you don't like, block them. I'm on YouTube also, Melanie. Block them, keep your peace unless you want to squabble or take it up with them about your opinion, whatever. But if it gets distracting, annoying, aggravating, I may mute you and you can come back in 5 minutes. That's the right link. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure. We would have got 10 out of 10 anyway. I mean, we did it for 2 weeks in a row. Um, yeah, and Susan, that's why I said I don't think she's ever going to get out because a lot of people, and I did want to touch on this just before we get into everything. A lot of people are misunderstanding her sentence. Now, depending on what state you're in, um, hold on, somebody said something up here and I missed it. Don't forget, yes, hit the like button. I don't think we should ever play that game again after the 10 out of 10. Shout out to T Sizzle, member for 9 months. Hello, lovelies. There's nothing better than listening to true crime with F and F while cleaning up the house after race weekend and not on replay. I love that, T Sizzle. Hey, everybody coming in. So yeah, and make sure you hit that thumbs up. But yes, I wanted to touch on her sentence. So the way it works, different states, basically life sentence is not just a life sentence. Like in some states you could be sentenced to 20 to life, 15 to life. Basically that lower number is when you will start going in front of the parole board. Now, because Mackenzie did get charged with 2 deaths, she did get 2 15 to life sentences. However, the judge decided instead of running them consecutive, meaning she would do one sentence and then if they parole, like she would then start the, not parole, but like she would do one sentence, say 15 years, then she would start the other one. The judge decided to run them side by side. So because of that, she will be up for parole in 15 years, but she's not likely to get it. Like Susan said, of course, these families are going to show up. And I think her family, her especially her and her mom, they think, yeah, we talked about that, Heather, on the first breakdown. We talked about that on the first breakdown when the cop is arresting her and they can hear she killed us. We actually, if you didn't get to watch the first part of this, Heather, we actually got to watch Dom's older sister hear it for the first time. Yeah, concurrent versus consecutive. Yes. So we did get to hear what the sister had to say about that. And the older sister brought in a paranormal expert that confirmed that they definitely believed that that was a paranormal, what did he call it? Disembodied speech. Um, I'm glad you just said that, Val. Yes. Not only, let me shout this out. Shout out to Sissy for the super chat. I've been missing y'all. Life has sucked, but it feels better coming back out of the bushes. Love my emotional support family. Outlaws for life. XOXO. Um, Shout out to Sissy. Thank you, Sissy. I was wondering where you've been. That's another thing. So not only will they look at her perform, like her how she's been in jail, which excuse me, how she's been in jail, which we know she has, I think 24, she's gotten 24 disciplinaries. since she's been there, which is a lot because she's only been at the prison since, well, she got there shortly after. So by this point, it's been what, 2 years? And I think she got like the 24 write ups, I think was in a year's time. But I'm going to show you that too. Let me post it on post it with like only me, and then I'll show it to you guys. Oh my goodness, so many people got upset the other day because I posted. You guys know how I will post something and then show it to you guys. It's just easier that way because unless I download Messenger, it won't let me send myself messages, which is what I used to do. I just don't download Messenger. But so many people got upset because I posted Maybay's record and like what she was charged with. If you guys look through those comments, one lady made like 5 comments. She was like, "This is old. This is." I'm like, "This is a receipt. Like, move on. That's what I do." But anyway, so I think people got confused about her sentence. So she will go up for parole at 15 in 15 years. I doubt she's going to get parole. One, the families are going to show up. The victims, Dom's family, Davion's family, they're going to come up, or they're going to come. Also, Dom's sister, the one that started the podcast slash YouTube, she is taking all of these people that are popping up and telling their stories about how Mackenzie's acting in prison, what she's doing. She's compiling all of this stuff to show the board one day. And then, of course, they're going to look at her disciplinary record. Like, is she the model prisoner? No, she's not. And they're going to look at all of that. Is she remorseful? And Dom's sister even said it herself. Like, I feel that she's going to act remorseful, but the parole board is going to see right through that. So I don't think she's going to get out. But just in case, if she does get out, they want to make this law, and not just for this case, but for other cases. They shouldn't be able to kill someone and come out in 10 years and then bank off of that. Like, if that was the case, there'd be more people doing this, just like more people would be doing. And that's what I said about Gypsy Rose when I covered Gypsy Rose, is like, look at the young girls that are going to look at Gypsy's case and be like, shit, she did what, 7 years in jail? I can't remember exactly, but she didn't even do 10 years and came out. And now she's this big influencer with millions of followers making bank. Who's to say that kids aren't going to be like, oh shit, I could do that. Like, I could spend 7 years and then be rich for the rest of my life, especially 2 lives. Exactly, Kyla. Exactly. All right, let me post this. But let me tell you, so there, Facebook, I am going to say goodbye to you now. We're going to get into this. So sign the petition. Thank you so much for signing the petition. We're going to get into this. So I'm going to say goodbye to Facebook. All right. Bye, Facebook. But I will tell you, so there are 10,000 between Dom and Mackenzie. Now, Dom and Mackenzie were together for about 4 years off and on. They got together when Mackenzie was a freshman in high school and Dom was a junior in high school. They were off and on for about 2 years before the text messages come into play. However, from January of 2020 until July of 2022, all of their text messages have been put into a spreadsheet. There are 10,000, or no, I'm sorry, 31,000 pages of text messages. Not only that, but I was able to get the Google Drive, and it has all of the text messages between Dom and Mackenzie from 2020 until the crash. It has the text messages from Mackenzie and her dad. It has text messages between Mackenzie and Dominic's mom. It has text messages between Mackenzie and Rosie, the best friend that was on there defending her. And it also has text messages between Mackenzie and Gracie, which was another friend. So there are so many text messages. But oh, they stick out to me. So, I mean, even in 2020, they just stick out to me so much. So let me get to this. Let's see where I had it at. Because I want to read some, like, basically what I had went over. Let's see, with the text messages. If I can find this right thing. Um, okay, there it is. All right, and I'm going to pull up. some of them so we can see them. I did post one where, like, it was in the very beginning of the text messages, all the way back January of 2020. You could tell, and I don't know if you guys read some of them that I posted, but you could tell that Dom was just not feeling it. He felt like he was being smothered. He could not do anything, go anywhere. She wanted to be around him all the time. And he even says, like, I feel smothered, like, I can't do this. And every time he would say, like, we need a break, and she would say she was going to off herself. And that's as early as January 2020. Another one that I found insane is starting in February of 2020. Dom started having, and if this doesn't give you chills, I don't know what will. Dom started having dreams that Mackenzie was being taken away by ambulance or by helicopter. And he kept having these dreams. And Mackenzie even says at one point, it was, I think it was on February 18th, 2020. Mackenzie says to him, like, you keep having these dreams of me being taken away in a helicopter. That's weird. And then come to find out she gets taken out by a helicopter. That to me is just like, whoa. If that wasn't something trying to tell him, um, something, I don't know what else was. Like, I can't when I saw that text message, I said, "Wait, what?" He was having dreams of her being taken away in a helicopter 2.5 years before the accident. That is insane. Threatening that is more and more common with this age group. Yes. And he even told her, like, Mackenzie, life is not fair. Like, not everything, like, you have to learn to cope. He's like, life isn't fair. Like, he would tell her, like, life isn't fair for anybody. Like, you're going to have to figure this out. Like, and just, oh, she just smothered him. So let me just give you a little rundown. Okay, so the text messages, 31,000 plus pages. Okay. Um, the text messages start in January of 2020. Kinsey and Dom were in an on and off relationship at least 2 years prior to when we see the available text messages start. For the months of January to July of 2020, Dom seems to be, for lack of a better term, over her shit, especially in the early months of the year. He's consistently avoiding her. She's continually begging and bothering nonstop to see him, hang out with him, FaceTime, call him. He blows her up, changes plans, ignores her. He literally turns his phone on do not disturb. Neither of them are very good at communication. Kinsey spends most of her time berating Dom and guilting him into seeing her and comforting her. She seems to always be upset, getting sick, throwing up, crying. This can be very well. This could be very well be a manipulative tactic to guilt Dom into seeing her. They definitely should have been separated. After all these arguments and fights, there are no apologies that we can see anyway. Um, Also, Dom seems to block Mackenzie on Instagram, Snapchat. Like, it's a weekly, if not daily thing where he's blocking her. And then, or he'll put his phone on do not disturb, and then she freaks out and spams him like nonstop. Um, During one particular argument, Kinsey texted Dom 35 times with no response from Dom. Dom tells Kinsey about 7 to 9 times from January to September 2020 that they are on a break, resulting in Kinsey begging and sometimes getting angry with him to stay with her and see her. At this point in the text, it seems Kinsey is taking the role of desperately trying to convince Dom to like her and want her. And Dom is extremely angry and annoyed with her and wants to prioritize his friends and his space from her. At one point, he was a junior, she was a freshman. So he's going to prom. She's a freshman. He did not want to take her to his junior prom. And he's telling her this. She was throwing a fit. Like, you don't understand. Like, you're going to be at prom and I'm not going to get to go. And he's like, I just want to go with my friends, right? And I think she ended up going to prom with him after all. Um, They speak to each other poorly, using foul language, name calling, slurs. Kinsey also uses the phrase, "you're so mean," thousands of times. Most of the conversations are almost brain numbing. The texts become a chore to read. Recently, Dom's sister has come out publicly. Now, I have it on recording. Recently, Dom's sister has come out and said that she will not read the text messages between Dom and Kinsey or any of her brother's text messages, that she thinks that is a total invasion of privacy. And then she said, like, and this was last night on TikTok Live, which she said it multiple times. But somebody asked her, "Do you think Dom was selling?" She says, "No, he was not selling." And this is not to be disrespectful to the family. This is not to be in any way, they're already going through a hard time, and I understand that. But reading through these text messages, it was very apparent that he was 100% selling rugs. They lay it out in these text messages, like, "Oh, I'm going to sell this, I'm getting this, I'm going with this person to go sell something." Mackenzie at one point even begs to go and says, like, "All you're doing is sales, like, why can't I go?" But she wanted to go everywhere. Now, you got to remember, in 2020 it was COVID was happening. And they were starting to shut the schools down, right? Mackenzie did not have a ride to school. This is before she started driving. Mackenzie did not, and this was a big subject in the text messages. But Mackenzie did not have a ride to school. So the only way that she could allegedly get to school was if she went to Dom's house. Okay. And Dom, I don't think he was going to school much either. I don't know what kind of schedule he was on. I don't know if the younger classmen had to go more or what. But Dom is in these text messages and he's telling her, this is January of 2020, which COVID hadn't even started yet at that point. So I don't know why, but Mackenzie was going to school on only on Tuesdays and Thursdays. But she was getting dropped off at Dom's house every day. And then Dom would go to school, and then he would find out that Mackenzie didn't even go to school. She would hang out at his house the entire time. Um and he told her, he was like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I thought you were coming here in the morning because you had to go to school." He's like, "Then I leave for school and you're still here and you just hang out here all day." And she's like, "Well, I'm doing stuff online or blah blah blah." And he's like, "Don't come here." He's like, "Unless you have to go to school, there's no reason for you to come here in the morning." He's like, "I just want to get ready and go to school and not be late and not have to worry about all this stuff." And she's like, "Okay." And then they would fight and he'd be like, "Well, I don't want you here." And he's like, "But I can't tell you that, because if I do, then you're going to cry and make me feel bad because I don't want you here." And like, it was crazy. Like, if you read through the text messages, she would be at his house, but she would be like in the living room and he would be in his bedroom, which is, I found so strange. And they would argue and she'd be like, "Can you come out here? Like, I'm bored. Like, there's nothing to do." I'm like, "Why is she at his house if he's not even talking to her?" Um but yeah, it was like a big thing. Like, she always found these excuses, just like, "Oh, I don't have a ride, so I have to come to your house because I only have a ride from, 7:30 to 8, and I don't want to go to school that early," and just all this stuff. It was just apparent that he even tells her at one point, like, "You're smothering me." Um, and he would tell her, like, "I just want to hang with my friends." And so Mackenzie dated his friend before she dated Dom. And Dom's friend was like, "Hey," like, he tried to warn him, but um but he does talk about Dom was in fact selling drugs and in the possession of perks and in the possession of flour, dabs, pens, and vapes in large quantities. He was actually working on an LLC to be able to sell vapes. Now, obviously, I'm sure he wasn't selling nicotine vapes. I mean, he could have been, but he was also selling the others. He talks about deals, deliveries, drops, sales, and runs hundreds of times. It seems to be a daily occurrence. Um, It's not relevant, obviously, to his passing. However, it is interesting to see how blatant his dealing is and how there could be any pushback when it's so clear he was, in fact, selling substances. Dom also speaks about beating addiction 3 times, once mentioning if he will make Mackenzie happy, he will just go back to using pills so he can be numb and not as easy to anger. So he was fighting addiction himself. Which, can you imagine? You're fighting addiction, you're in this toxic relationship. He doesn't seem like he has a very good relationship with his parents in these text messages. The reason that he had his own house, they've said that he couldn't go back home. Like there was some kind of issue where his parents just weren't having it, which is why I'm assuming why she ended up moving in with him at 17. Um, it's just crazy. Um, Oh, yeah, also, they hardly ever like, I did not see, like, hardly any time in there where they said, like, "I love you," or anything. Like, it literally was just all pretty much all bad. "Hey, hey, Charma." It was just pretty much all bad. Um, the first "I love you" was in August of 2020 from Dom, and then frequently after that point, it is said from both sides to each other. It just piques my curiosity if they had just begun saying they loved each other 2.5 years into being together. At some point during their almost daily arguments, Kinsey does threaten Dom with things like showing up to his house. Oh yeah, the one I posted. They found they found like over 8 grams of mushrooms on them, a scale, and did they find like flour? I have to go back and look at the police report, but they definitely found the shrooms and the scale. Um, where was that? Oh yeah, the one I posted on Facebook last night, she literally tells him, "I'm going to unclean your room." How do you unclean someone's room? Really weird. She said she was going to drink his liquor. Dom also threatens with breaking up with her, taking breaks, texting her mom. That was the thing too. Yeah, I thought they found flour. That was another thing. He was going to text Mackenzie's mom because like she would not stop. And she's like, "I can't believe you would go to my mom on me." She is extremely clingy. Uh, Ken, Kenzie seems to be at his home. Both of them live with their respective parents at this point. Now, the point where I'm saying like she was at his house and he was in the other room and stuff, this is when he lived at home still. Like she's at his parents' home and just like chilling there all day while he's at school and nobody's home. How strange is that? Like it's just weird. Um, she would come there every morning between 7 and 9 a.m., claiming it was the only way she could get to school. He was clearly displeased with the presence and the amount of time she was in the home, and she was there all the time when he wasn't. She also appears to speak often to his brother, leaning on him for mental and emotional support while Dom is ignoring her or quote unquote being mean to her. She also mentions hating being at her own home and disliking her mother. Now, that was another thing I found in there. Like, she seems to really talk shit about her mom, but yet her and her mom are so close now. It's strange. Um, okay. Also, in the text a lot, he's talking about hanging out with this Carl guy. Carl is supposed to be this like 30-year-old man, which is strange, right? Um, Compliments between the two are very few. Let's see. From January to September 2020, Dom only texts Kinsey anything close to a compliment 4 or so times, twice calling her cute and once saying she looked nice on TikTok. Whoever Hannah is a thorn in Kenzie's side. She often brings her up in fear in the form of accusations that Dom is with Hannah. She also brings up 2 friends of her own that Dom presumably had some kind of relationship with during one of their breaks. Between January and September 2020, Dom threatens to off himself a handful of times. It is unclear if these are threats of merit or dramatics. Kenzie does not seem to take them seriously. Kenzie threatens to F everyone up, show up to friends' homes where she's not wanted, several times throughout this time period. She also seems to have issues keeping strong friendships or friendships at all, and Dom jokes with her about having no friends. At some point, Mackenzie becomes upset with Dom as there was a conversation between two friends which made its way back to her, stating that Dom and Kinsey do not quote unquote be effing or have any actual relations. To which Dom says, because we don't, because you're 15 and I'm 18. And Kinsey seems to understand after some cryptic comments the implications of the conversation. At one point in the early spring of 2020, Kinsey does mention that she quote unquote blacks out at work. Dom appears to be a decently careful driver. He did at one time get in an accident in his mom's vehicle in 2020 due to icy driving conditions and stated that he slid 20 to 30 feet. The car had serious damage and he was worried his mother's insurance rate would go up. Yes, in there he was like, "You don't understand. Like, I just made my mom's insurance go up." Kinsey proceeded to beg Dom to come pick her up, ignoring the fact that he clearly wasn't wanting to drive again on the icy roads. He often can be seen texting Mackenzie that he is driving and won't be communicating while doing so, to which she encourages him to text her back while stopped at red lights. In early 2020, Mackenzie mentions to Dom that she's having strange dreams. It is brought up that Dom often dreams about Kinsey being in a helicopter or being picked up in a helicopter every few weeks. Crazy. Another thing, her and her dad's conversations. Oh my God. She is constantly asking her dad to bring her warm milk, to rub her feet. They talk about weed. She'd ask her dad if he wants peanut butter weed, and he said, I don't eat my weed. And she was like, oh, well, I'm going to get you some. Now, let me refresh y'all's memory. In 2020, she was like 15. Like she was a baby and he's messaging her talking about watch what you drink and smoke at this party, and if you need me, just message me or call me or whatever, no questions asked. She's a baby and they're talking, and then he like sends her a picture of these two shirts that says like Stoner 1 and Stoner 2, like the thing 1 and thing 2. He sends her the picture of the Stoner 1 and Stoner 2, and he's going to get those shirts for Dom and Mackenzie. Strange as hell, right? Um, but they argue like, so the dad took her car to go get it serviced, right? So he takes the car to get it serviced and he brings it back and he leaves a note for the mom to let her know like, hey, I forgot to put gas in Mackenzie's car. Mackenzie starts texting him, berating him, like, don't you ever use my car without putting gas in it again? Like, how dare you not put gas in it? And he was like, first of all, I pay for that car. That car's mine. He was like, and I took your car and got it serviced and got all this stuff done to it and I paid for it. He was like, you know what? You owe me $74 for the service and $24 for the time I spent at the dealership. Like, what? But Mackenzie's like, you just ruined my day. Like, always like fighting and arguing. At one point, he was helping her with a science project. And when she got to school, she realized that the glue, or no, she wasn't at school yet. She had came home and he was helping her, probably doing the project, right? And he wasn't home. So she starts texting him and is like, the glue on my project's tacky, like it's all sticky. Like, come back here and fix this. And he's like telling her, like, I can't fix it right now. And she's like, you just ruined my whole day. Like, just constantly, like, she runs the shit. It's crazy. Um, so let me see here which ones, because I screenshotted some of it so you guys could see some of this. See, like here, he's like, nah, but I'll probably be busy. And he's like, I don't know. I'm going to chill with Smeesh, which was another guy. And she's like, I don't know. It's up to you. We can chill after. Like, she's always. And then he says, I'm selling. And she's like, scoop, meaning scoop her up. And she's like, bored AF. And he's like, I can't scoop. I'm at home, not that busy. Like, he's telling her all the time. Um, and then she's like, now, okay, well, do you want to hang? And he's like, when? She's like, now or like 30? And he's like, nah, probably not. Like, probably not. Um, and she's just always asking him, like, can we hang and all this? And then here, yeah, I'm about to leave and sell some shit with Marco. I mean, it's pretty much that. Here he says, I'm home. My mom is drunk and I'm really pissed off. Just stay in there. So when he says just stay in there, like they're in the same house. It's so strange. Um, which Mackenzie did say on a jail call that she felt like Dom's mom was drunk at the hearing or whatever. So I'm assuming that's something that's been an issue for her. So he's asking her, like, what time do you want to get picked up? Look how she spams him. What the fuck? You would tell me you can get me and then not answer my calls, blah, blah, blah. He's like, I'm going to go to bed. He's like, sorry, I thought you said 9:30. And then he said, I didn't even know you were up or going to sleep. Like, so he, I guess, didn't pick her up from work. Um, then they're talking about some quote unquote slow kid. And she's blowing him up again. The red, by the way, the red is Dom, the green is Mackenzie. And then he's, see right here, he said, this combo is over. Maybe if you didn't harass me every second of every day. He said, I begged to get a day away from you, and if anything, it's a problem. And then he's like, oh my God, just shut up. Because she's like, I do nothing. I give you space. We were just having fun. And then he's like, stop talking. Like, I mean, it was just like always. He said, we're talking like I think he meant to say 24/7, but he's like 7 days a week. He said, I can't even go with any of my friends. And she said, and that's not my fault. Like, what? Yes, it is. Um, let's see. He says, I have no friends because no one wants to hang out with me if you're just always going to be there because you always are. And she's like, you can leave me if you want. I guess I'll miss you. He said, you're just around me too much, but okay, leave. I should probably be alone anyway. And I can't do that with you here all the time. So the problem's just going to stay. So if you don't want me anymore, fine. I knew this was going to happen. So he's basically scared that if he tells her, like, I don't want you at my house 24/7, she's going to break up with him. Um, he said, you started bitching, so I just hit your phone. She said, thanks for embarrassing me. You better let me in. It's a dick move to invite Wes over when we are in the middle of something. He said, are you going home? I don't know if I'm going to school now. And then right here, Mackenzie says, I took kratom. Can I hit the wood like one time? And then she's asking again, can we hang out? He's like, probably not, about to be home. And you see, like, clearly he's in red, she's in green. Like, she blows him up. See right here, he says, I'm going to leave right quick and sell a sack with Martin. So it's like, clearly it's right there in the text messages. Right here, Dom says, you can't even drive. Dom, please stop. I want to leave so bad. Now, Dom says, I'm texting her since you want to bother me. And she said, I want to be cool. I'm trying to leave. Dom, you better not. And he said, and threatened to off yourself. The fuck? And she said, you better not text her. Me and my mom are not cool. And he said, this is what she said. She said, if you text my mom, I will off myself. He's basically saying that that's what Mackenzie's telling him. I think some people read that wrong, because he says right here, should I tell her you said that? For real, though, like, why say that? And she said, you're just trying to hurt me. And he said, I'm not. I just don't want to deal with this all the time. I've been hurting. And you can't just let me hurt alone. And then he said, like, the fuck you effing psychotic B. She said, you said we broke up 3 times over this shit. 3 times. So, I mean, it was definitely something she was saying. And then he says right here, you were threatening to yourself. That's not right. And she said, you tell me you're going to hurt yourself all the time, then make me just sit there. How do you think that affects someone? And he said, I say it differently. You say, if I do this, I'll off myself. And he said, okay, I'm texting your mom. F it. So as you can see down here too, see right here where it says Dominic, Dad, Dominic's mom. Let me see if y'all can see that. Those are the people that the different texts are under. Like there's thousands of these. Um, Also, I found it interesting that right before the crash, her and Dom were having a conversation, and it looks as though Davion had blocked Mackenzie a week before. Yeah, Ian, see, they say that his mom, they say there's a lot coming out, and Dom's sister has people coming on her podcast to talk about, oh no, that's about his family. Dom's sister has people coming to talk about her parents. But yeah, people are saying there's got to be something going on there with his parents. So I don't know. But I found it interesting that more towards the wreck that happened, she was asking Dom, like, hey, did you tell Davion to block me on Instagram? Did you tell Davion to block me like here? So Davion had blocked her a week before the crash. Um, and he's like, see, Angelo's his brother. He's like, see, now Angelo is up because I was yelling. And she's like, and they're in the house. They're in the same freaking place when they're talking about all this through text. Because if you look right here, she says, please talk to me for 5 minutes before Angelo takes me home. That's all I'm asking. So during all these text messages about you're an effing psychotic bee, you said you were going to off yourself, they're in the same house at this point. And he literally will go like lock himself in his bedroom because she just won't stop. Let's see. And then right here, maybe after I chill with, Dom says, maybe after I chill with Max right quick, he needs pre-rolls. So there's another, like, it's all through these texts. I mean, it's very evident what was going on. And then right here, Dom's like, actually, I'm not talking about this again. You're going to make me want to off someone. So leave me alone before we break up. And he says, Kenzie, I need to find myself. I don't even know who I am anymore. And he's like, hey babe, sorry I was being mean. I don't want to be mean to you. Like this is like 4 hours later. But I mean, you can clearly see from these text messages. And like I said, her and her dad's her asking for, can you come rub my feet? Can you make me a glass of warm milk? Like just all kinds of different stuff. See, he says, I'm trying to get ready to do shit and you make it harder for me. And she's like, just scoop me when you're on the way. We haven't chilled in days. He said, oh my God, chill. Hell no, we can go on a break if you want to get that way. And then he says, I can't read all that. If you can just let me do my thing, because I'm really fucking something. And then you can see he's like, I'm still busy. Sorry, I can't talk right now. Driving. And then she's like, try to answer fast. Like he's driving. Let's see. Right here, I thought was strange. Look at this. This is 2/21/20. She's asking to come over and stuff. And he says, well, as soon as I get home, we are having a family rug intervention meeting. So that's more important. So I don't know what the rug intervention meeting with his family, if it was about him, if it was about someone else. He doesn't really go into very many details, like who it's about. But the fact that they were having a rug intervention, I thought was strange. Trying to find, oh, okay, it might be right before this. 218. Right here, hold on. Trying to find where they talk about, because I know it was on the 18th. I'll have to find it and screenshot it and put it up. But that's when she was like, you keep having dreams of me being taken away in a helicopter. See if it's right. I just think that is the weirdest thing. Like the fact that 2 years before the crash, he's having these dreams. Now, if you look in this one, you can see the difference between how much Dom texted in this one and how much she texted. Like you could see he's finally like texting a lot. Um, he said, if you think you need friends and support, then you do. If you don't think you do, then you don't. Things will only bother you if you let them. I think I got a book that can help you. It's not really long either. Um, and then she said, I try so hard with a lot of shit when you feel like they real. I can try reading, but shit makes me feel weird. And he said, see, you got to get out of those mindsets. You've been in the wrong mindset for so long. You got to think like me and grab life by the balls. Only you have control over your brain. She said, it's hard to change something that's been built onto your brain since you were little. And he's basically telling her, like, you can't have this mindset of every time something goes wrong, you want to end your, take yourself out. Um, She said, it's harder than you think. He said, you have control. And she said, I feel like I have none. Not over anything, but you do over your brain. It's because you tell yourself that you don't. And please really take my advice. And she said, I don't know, Dom, I'll try, but shit's just not felt the same. And he's like, I'll give you this book to read. Like, he's trying to help her, obviously, but he knows the shit wasn't right. Like, come on. Um, Look, see right here, he says, you're complaining again and making excuses. You don't understand. Reread these messages and stop being a effing 5-year-old. If I give you advice, then take it. And then he says it again. And then he says, stop effing complaining and making excuses. If you can't control it, then don't give a F about it. Last time I'm saying it. And then he says, I'm going to change my life for the better and live as an effing boss till I die. You know who's a boss? Me. So what I effing say, if you want to be a boss, you're the only person I'm going to give this advice to. Anyone else, they have to pay me. So he's trying to like tell her, like, you got to get out of this. And this is just more of him telling her. And he said, and the hardest part, he said, I beat addiction like 3 times. He said, I live more life than any 18-year-old because this is in 2020. I beat addiction 3 times. And the hardest part about my addictions is I didn't know I was addicted. If I can do that, you can do anything. I've been borderline crazy my whole life. He said, how you think I'm doing so good now? I got pew-pews pointed to my face and I'm still unfazed. I even tried to swing on the dude. So I don't know if that was like a drug deal gone wrong or what happened, but yeah. And then, of course, her just asking to chill more and him saying no. And then this one, they're talking about one of their friends, Carl, was going to say that it was raped by this young girl. And Carl's supposed to be like in his 30s. And he was going to say that the girl raped him. Like, shit was, I don't know what the hell that was about. I think that was a different one. And then here she's talking about all the stuff that's happened and how many issues she's had. And he's like, look, a bunch of shit's happened to me too. Like, you can't keep doing that. You have the wrong mindset. And he was telling her, like, there's so many jobs. She quit a job at Dunkin' Donuts because she had to put on a hat and she had just got her hair done. So she wouldn't put the hat on. Um, she's telling him, like, you're giving me anxiety. And then she's always like, I'm crying, I'm puking, blah, blah, blah. See right here, he's like, please don't do this to me. She said, puking right now. And he's like, please don't do this. Please, please, please. And she said, I'm puking, help. And he's like, please, please. She said, it's foam. I'm going to, and he said, stop. You're not going to, you're acting foolish. This is because he broke up with her, like wanted a break from her. And like, this is what would happen every time. And he's like, why are there cops there? Crazy. Another thing she said, she always held all of his stuff. So if you guys remember when the crash happened, she had the magic mushrooms like on her person. In these text messages, she says like, I hold all your shit for you. All right, let me because there's so much in the text messages. Let me get to, I just wanted to show you this because this was so strange to me. So you guys remember Rosie? Well, we're going to get into a whole she was unconscious thing when the cops got there. We're going to get into that because I definitely think she was conscious. I do. And we're going to get into why I think that. Well, first of all, she was magically conscious as soon as the cops got there. And they had been there for almost an hour. But here's what I think is so strange. So, you guys know Rosie from the documentary, right? Did you guys know that Rosie actually drove by the crash sites? Her mom's telling her to write a book. Um, we went over that. Well, we didn't go over it, but we heard that part of the calls on the first part, EMC. But Rosie, okay, Rosie said, well, they have now said, you guys know that they pinged that she had been at the crash site a few days before. People said that she went on dry runs, all this. Dom's sister has even said that she does not believe she went on dry runs, that none of that. Allegedly, you guys know how they said that where the crash happened was nowhere around Davion's house, nowhere around Dom's house, not even around Mackenzie's house. Apparently, people from that town have now said that the way that they went was like a back way through the industrial area in order to avoid police. So that was often somewhere that they like cut through to try to not be around the police. But this is Rosie. Rosie did talk to cops at one point. Um, Rosie talked to someone else. So this guy, Croy, talked to the police. Croy went on to state that Rosie told him that she drove home safely that night. According to Croy, Rosie told him that she dropped Turner off at home, then drove home herself. In doing so, she drove past the crash site around 6 a.m., not even realizing that Shirilla, Russo, and Flanagan were in the crashed vehicle. Rosie also told Croy that Shirilla took a nap that night prior to driving home. What I think is crazy is the fact that she drove by that crash site at 6 a.m., never called 911. Who sees a crash like that and doesn't call 911? Because even if she thought, oh, the people aren't in it or whatever, like the car wouldn't have just sat there. If the cops would have been there and examined the wreckage, they would have towed the car out of there. So the fact that she goes by, and it was, you guys saw, it was a terrible crash site. There was stuff everywhere. She drove by at 6 a.m., and the way the road is set up, she would have come to the stop sign where they went through that intersection. She would have either had to turn left or right, meaning the car would have been right in front of her. Like there was no missing that wreckage because it's a dead end. It's either right or left, and right in front of her would have been the crash. So she goes by at 6 a.m., doesn't call the police. And if you see here, the 911 calls were made at approximately 6:15. So 15 minutes after she went, after Rosie drove by, that's when the first person called 911, which is insane because, again, why would you not call the police seeing a crash like that? Um, okay, let's get into this before we get into some of these videos. Was she or was she not conscious at the time? Okay. This has been a hot topic, especially on TikTok. In my opinion, she was like, okay, so they wreck, right? All three of them lay there until almost an hour later. So they wrecked around 5:30. I think it was like 5:34 or something. And they did not call the cops until 6:15. So they were there almost an hour just in the car. Okay. In my opinion, she laid there with them and just pretended to be unconscious because she didn't try to get out. She didn't try to do anything. Um, but also, what I found was weird. When they get there, the police and the EMTs, she immediately knows her name. She knows who's in the vehicle with her. She's able to give them, like, say, hey, that's Dom. And even they mispronounce Davion's name like 2 or 3 times, and she corrects them and is like, Davion. Not only that, but her first thing that she asked about, not Dom, the first thing she asked about is, how is Davion? Now, the sisters have came forward and said that they were told that there was a tear in Davion's aorta and that he died on impact. However, there's a couple things I could say. So obviously, when they're going over the crash site, they're talking in front of her, and you can hear one of them say, Dom is no longer with us. And then you hear a cop say, don't tell her. In my opinion, I think she could hear more than they thought she could hear when she was on that stretcher. Um, but I'm wondering if Dom did pass away instantly, but she was able to still hear Davion maybe or something. And I'm in my mind, if she did this on purpose, her first thought was, is Davion okay? Because if someone survives, then they would be able to tell what happened leading up to the crash. So in my mind, I'm thinking this chick laid there for that whole almost hour. She knew Dom was gone because I'm sure she had been calling out to Dom, trying to get him to answer, and he wasn't. I'm wondering, and others are wondering, was Davion talking to her? And I will say this, I know they said the aorta split, and that's why he had died instantly. But I will say this, it happens all the time, even from people that are just sick. When you go to move the body, a lot of times that's when it can tear all the way, or different things can happen. Just moving a body like that when it's in such a, when it's went through so much trauma, we it happens all the time. We'll go to move somebody and then they'll pass away. Um, so I'm wondering if he was somewhat alive in the car for some period of time. And maybe when they moved him, I don't know, but I just thought that was extremely odd that her first thing was, how is Davion? Why would she not have asked, how is Dom? That was her boyfriend. But in my mind, I think she was already, because again, she had to sit there for an hour. I think she was already thinking like, oh my God, if they survive, they're going to be able to tell what really happened. So she said, one of the first things she said was, how is Davion? Emergency personnel called for two. This is another thing. They called for two air ambulances, one for Shirilla and one for Flanagan. So they called they called the helicopter for Flanagan, which was Davion. Because in the video, and this is another reason why I think that he didn't die on impact like they think. In the video, you can hear first responders saying that Davion has a pulse, a weak pulse. So that's what I'm wondering. I feel like he was still in the car, like making noises or whatever the case, to where I think Mackenzie knew, like, oh shit, he's still alive. And that's why she asked, like, how is he doing? Because again, if somebody lives, they can tell what the hell went on the last however long of the before the crash. They called for the two air ambulances, for Shirilla and Flanagan, who was determined to still be alive as well. Unfortunately, Flanagan died on the scene before the helicopter arrived. Also, if you watch the body cam footage, the paramedics did not want to air flight her. They did not think she needed to be airlifted. Um, well, it depends on what you think, ENC. It depends on what you think. If she did it just because, some people think also the way she hit the building, because if you look, she hit the building to where the passenger side hit, not her side. So some think she was trying to off herself in the process. Others think that she hit on that side, trying to get rid of them. Um, so it just depends on how you think about that. Um, but he definitely was alive at the scene, in my opinion, just from what I've seen. Um, But if you watch the body cam, the EMTs did not think she was bad enough to be airlifted. But the cop was like, oh, yeah. He's like, we're taking her in the air. They've already landed. He's like, we're taking her by, air or whatever. Like, he's like, that helicopter is for her. And so the EMS and stuff take her from the ambulance to the air to airlift her. But the EMTs did not think that she needed to be airlifted. Right, ENC? You definitely would have. Um, this is this part about the 2 weeks prior where Martin was on the phone with Dominic at the time. They pulled both cars over. Martin heard Dominic and Shirilla arguing during the course. Shirilla said, I'm going to wreck this car right now. So we heard about that in the documentary. The vehicle's accelerator pedal was fully depressed 4.6 seconds before the crash. The engine throttle was also at 100% until 1.6 seconds before the crash, when the vehicle was airborne as it went over a curb. Within 4.5 seconds of the start of the crash, the vehicle registered a small right turn, then a small left turn, followed by a significant right-hand turn that caused the data recorder to note it as a rollover event. Now, these cars, most all cars will, if it kind of bounces onto two wheels, it'll record that in the black box as a rollover event. We know the car did not roll over, but because the shift was so significant, it recorded it as a rollover event. And here it says, meaning that there was enough lateral force on the car that the data recorder thought it was turning over. He explained that the car was traveling very fast, and then there was a hard yank on the steering wheel, turning the wheel 142 degrees. The car registered a small change in velocity as it hit the curb and a large change in velocity as the vehicle hit the wall. The vehicle hit the wall seconds after the hard steering event. Now, here it says the sergeant researched the mechanical specifications of the vehicle. It was capable of going from 0 to 60 in 7.5 seconds. It could go from 0 to 102.5 miles per hour in 26.5 seconds. Its maximum speed was 129. On cross-examination, Sargent admitted that the data recorder from the vehicle showed that both front seat belts were engaged. The data also showed that the gear shift was shifted back and forth between drive, sequential, and neutral. Now, I thought that was strange because they said that that she was the only one wearing a seatbelt. So I know my car, it beeps and beeps and beeps if you don't have a seatbelt on. So I'm wondering if he had the seatbelt engaged behind him, because they've said he wasn't wearing a seatbelt when they got to the scene. Also here, it says, on recross examination, the sergeant testified that the hard right turn happened simultaneously with the vehicle hitting the curb. Now, all of us have probably hit a curb. Can you imagine hitting a curb at 100 miles per hour? Maybe that's where that hard right yank came from. Because if you hit the curb on the right side, you guys know, even if you were going 10 miles an hour, if you hit a curb on the right side, your car is going to naturally jerk to that side. So I'm wondering if that hard yank was them hitting the curb. It says they concluded that Flanagan and Russo each passed away from multiple blunt force injuries consistent with a crash. Flanagan's lethal injuries were to his trunk and abdomen. Russo's lethal injuries were to his head. Toxicology showed that Flanagan and Russo had both used Mary Jane before the deaths, and they were originally classified as an accident. This is when Natalie's her mother. Natalie testified that Shirilla had experienced a POTS episode a week or two before the crash and reported that it was really bad and it hadn't been that bad in a long time, and she was scared it was going to get worse. She admitted that she did not take Shirilla to a doctor or limit her driving privileges. Natalie's statement on direct that Shirilla had never threatened offing herself was impeached with a police report from March 23, 2020, that reflected the police and fire personnel was dispatched to the Shirilla home to respond to a 15-year-old female who had threatened to, obviously, The police report went on to say that that she would not be transported, which we talked about this, because they did not believe she would hurt herself. Now, here's some police reports on Mackenzie, because she had quite the reports, even as a minor. What if she was going straight on and Dom reached over to try and steer and left to get away from the building? She can't be stronger than him. Well, ENC, we talked about it, and I truly believe if you look at where Haykel's, it went into neutral right before they hit. I think it was at 0.3 seconds before the crash, or 3 seconds before the crash. She reminds you of Dre McRae on that K. Yeah. we talked about the fact, okay, so if you look at, and I posted on my Facebook, if you look at how they were positioned, we had talked about the fact that we think that Davion was sitting up from the back seat trying to help Dom calm her down in some way, because, and he could have been the one who shifted it from drive to neutral. Because if you look, to me, I would think it makes sense because he ends up on top of Dom in the front seat. And I just feel like if he was sit back in his seat, he was way in the back seat. I just feel like that's what happened. Right, ENC, exactly. Okay, so this is where she had got into an accident. Okay, she had rear-ended someone because her dog was on her lap. Um, It says the driver of Unit 2 stated that Unit 1 rear ended him while at the traffic light on Valley Parkway. There was very minor damage to the rear bumper, and the driver of Unit 1 denied striking Unit 2. So Mackenzie was like, I didn't hit him, and she had no visible damage to her vehicle. So this was uh, April 15th, 2022. So just a few months before the crash. Of course, she denied that she ever hit him. There was also, let's see, I thought that was in here. Oh, yeah, it is in here. Also, you guys remember on the documentary, the dad talked about the bullying incident at school, and he said that he went in to get Mackenzie. She told him she didn't do it, and he was like, yep, good enough for me. Yeah, that police report is also in here. This is the police report. You guys know on the first part, we talked about the fact that the day of Dom's funeral, she was very combative and she was trying to get out of the hospital, and her family didn't want her to leave because her dad, quote unquote, said, quote, we can't let her out of the hospital. We've already seen that she tried to off herself and killed those two boys. So this is the report from that day. And it says, combative patient, room 715, and they were told to just stand by. This is that as well. Okay, this is the complaint. Oh, no, that's the one about hitting. Maybe I didn't. Oh, and here's the one. This is the police report that basically went against what her mother said. Because if you look on 3/23/2020, it says 15-year-old threatened suicide, requires a psych evaluation, history of anxiety. And it says female will not be transported to the hospital. Parents do not think her threats are real. They do not believe she will hurt herself. So this incident alone is what, and the caller was her dad. Her dad's who called. But this police report is what basically made her mother's, statements about, oh yeah, she never threatened that. I mean, there's a police report, lady. Come on now. Is this? Okay, this Mackenzie stole a pair of earrings from Kohl's. I'm just showing you everything I found. She stole a pair of earrings from Kohl's, earrings not recovered, and Kohl's couldn't prosecute her because the value of the earrings was less than $20. Like, what? You're just, this was 5/14/2019. So this was when she was like 14. Okay, so this is a police report to do with bullying. Menacing, they called it menacing and threatening a victim. And if you look down here, it says responded to for school bullying, menacing. The complainant stated that her daughter was physically threatened while at the high school by several students. She stated that she is fearful for the safety of her daughter. Mrs. said that this incident was told to her by her daughter after school and that she wishes a report to be made. This incident is under investigation. Clearly, that's, I guarantee you, well, she probably had multiple incidences, but it's probably what her dad was talking about. It says, I spoke to who stated that while she was in third period, Mackenzie Shirilla called her a B and threatened to beat her up. She stated this was all over her not giving Shirilla a Dorito chip. A Dorito, you guys. Can you imagine? A Dorito. Mackenzie wants a Dorito. The girl says no. I do, D. I do. I do think that, D. But the girl says, no, you can't have a Dorito chip, and she threatens to beat her up. She also stated that Mackenzie posted on her Instagram last year a picture of her showing her forehead. The caption stated that she had a big forehead. She stated that Mackenzie tried to post the picture again today. This was brought to her attention, she stated, by her friend. Stated she was friends with Mackenzie last year but ended the friendship because Mackenzie kept getting into trouble at school. She stated she did not report this to her guidance counselor. At the end of the school at 2:30, she stated she was surrounded at her locker by Mackenzie's friends, threatening to beat her up and taunting her to fight with Mackenzie while Mackenzie stood behind them. She stated she was pushed into the locker and that she refused to fight and pushed past them and left for the bus. She stated she was on the way to the bus and Mrs. Shirilla, so her mother, Natalie, approached her and apologized for what was going on. It was apparent, she stated, that the school called Mrs. Shirilla about the incident. She stated she told Mrs. Shirilla that she just wanted to go home and get on the bus. Mrs. Mohammed was very upset about the situation and stated she will contact the school first thing Monday morning. He says, I then went to the Shirilla's residence and spoke with Mackenzie and her mother. Mackenzie stated that while in third period, that the girl threatened to beat her up after she asked for a chip and that she did not call her a B word. Mackenzie stated that she did tell her friends that she was being threatened by this girl and stated her friends told her that they had her back. Mackenzie stated that her friends, blah, 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 did surround her at the locker after school as she stood by and looked to see what was going on. Mackenzie stated she didn't tell her friends to do this. She stated it was blank and blank that shoved blank into a locker and then pushed past her. Mackenzie stated that blank threw a soda on blank, but blank did not report this to me. As for posting on Instagram, Mackenzie said it was one of her friends that grabbed her phone, took the picture, and made the posting, not her. Sound familiar? She also stated she was threatened by one of somebody's friends during this. Both blank and Mackenzie were given statements for him to fill out, blah, blah, blah. So that's the incident where her dad was like, yep, she said she didn't do it. It says they've been friends on and off for many years. The argument during lunch, which carried on after school on their way to the buses, they exchanged words, shoved each other, and threw a few punches at each other. I spoke to both parties at the residence. Neither had visible injuries, and both were advised to stay away from each other. Mackenzie's father was concerned because of the girl's older sister, who is 1 year older than Mackenzie and blank, came to his house wanting to fight Mackenzie after the initial incident. Stephen was also extremely upset that the girl's grandfather brought the girl to the house. I asked Ray why he brought Blank to the house, and he said he thought Blank was at the house actively fighting Mackenzie, so he went there to retrieve Blank. He stated that he and Blank received information about where the altercation took place. They thought it was on Walnut Creek and not at the school. Stephen asked all the Blank parties were advised to stay off the property. So, I mean, like, it's just, look at this car. I don't even, like this says, how did she even survive this? Look, this is where they cut them out and stuff. But look at the front motor and stuff, how it's sideways. I mean, look at that. That's out of this thing on top is the thing from the trunk. Look at that. Oh, 100%, Roberta. 100%. You think something happened? A lot of people think that she was, because there was some text in there, in the text where she was picking up Davion and Dom was like, did you text him? And I guess her and Davion were texting there for a little while. But I did find, like I said, a week before the crash, it looks like Davion blocked her. I don't know. That's all the stuff they picked up from the scene and put in her trunk. Look at that. That's the front of the car that hit. This is the side, which was the passenger side. This is the side that hit the brick wall. Like the tire rims here. I mean, look at that. That is what hit the wall. Like you can see here, this is like the dash. Well, on the other side of that, excuse me, would have been the dash. This right here is the radio. I think right here hanging. I mean, that is just, I don't know, Charity. Yes, Puka, yeah. It's actually called people call it a black box, but it's actually called a what the heck? EDR. Let me see if I'm saying it right. Because I saw somebody on there, an expert, that was talking about it. She was a expert. Let's see, EDR, expert analysis of the crash. She talked about it. No, they don't voice record. The EDR just make, and it doesn't even like, so the EDR, or AKA the black box, it actually it logs data. So it doesn't log like, oh, it was pressed to 100, it was a right turn. It logs certain data, and then they put that data into a system that then basically translates the data into what we can read, which is she was pressed to 100 mile per hour, things like that. Okay, so let's get into, oh, this was another one where, about this one you can see a little bit better. Um, Oh yeah, that was another thing. This is where Croy said that Rosie said that she um, went by the crash. But if you listen, if you look here, it says this is the part two to what I already read. It says that Croy again addressed his text messages with Flanagan just before the crash, and that Flanagan was acting or communicating in a normal fashion. Both witnesses stated that Flanagan, which is Davion, took a lot of videos when he hung out with friends, and that it is likely there are videos of them using rugs. Croy went on to state that Davion told Croy via text that night that he was quote unquote tripping. Now, you guys remember they had shrooms. So he's saying that Davion told him he was tripping that night. Also, Croy then stated that Rosie mentioned that Shirilla and Russo were also quote unquote sipping lean or drinking lean, a drink comprised of NyQuil or cough medicine with soda and sometimes alcohol. Now, you guys remember her blood was not taken. Her blood test that they actually tested for the shrooms and everything, they did not take that blood test until the 3rd of August. So, like, if they had like the type of lean, like when some of the lean consist of like promethazine codeine with the like syrup or whatever, they wouldn't have been able to know if that was in her system, because granted, by the 3rd of August, the wreck was on the 31st of July. By the 3rd of August, she's going to have pain medicine in her system. So that blood that they tested on the 3rd, I guarantee you it had opioids and pain medication in the blood work, because she had broken her humerus, her femur. Like, I know they were giving her pain meds. So they wouldn't have been able to differentiate whether she took those before the crash or after, if that makes sense. Both witnesses stated that Graham has called them and given them a hard time, Rosie, about speaking with law enforcement. Ahmad stated that Berlinghouse sent him a DM or direct message through Instagram stating something close to, "Why are you trying to ruin my life? And if you come by my house, I have Ring cameras." Both witnesses stated that Graham is telling, uh, basically, that Rosie's telling people don't talk to the cops. Um, Both witnesses stated that they knew Shirilla to stay at that house with Russo a majority of the time, indicating that she lived there. It says Croy remembered and stated that Rosie did tell him one time that Shirilla told her that if Russo broke up with her, she would commit suicide. Both witnesses seemed to chalk this up to teen girls and their emotions. No one really took it seriously. Both witnesses knew Russo to sell. Both stated that they never purchased from him, but observed him selling to others. Both witnesses stated that Russo was always with Shirilla and that they were rarely apart. Both witnesses again stated that everyone knew Shirilla to be crazy. The witnesses continue to say that a large amount of people would just avoid Shirilla because of her behavior. Both witnesses also confirmed that it was normal for Shirilla to travel that route and that it is a well known cut through to avoid law enforcement. They said both witnesses went on to insist that they knew Shirilla had taken that route to basically to avoid law enforcement. So that would make sense why it was there. Also, they say it was well known that Shirilla had major road rage and anger issues when driving. Croy advised that on one occasion, Shirilla kicked Russo out of the vehicle on the interstate during an argument. Croy stated that Shirilla was known for being that girl in high school. When Detective Glover asked for clarity, Croy stated that Shirilla's nickname was Baby Kush because she smoked up so much Mary Jane and that she embraced that lifestyle. Croy went on to state that Shirilla drove Russo crazy and that no one could understand why he put up with her. Like, what? Exactly, Blue Flame. That's what I'm saying. So there's no way to know, like, if they did have the type of lean that has the promethazine coating, like, they would have never been able to say if she had it that night or if it was the stuff they were giving her, you know? Oh, I got to switch accounts real quick. So let's get into some videos. You guys know I love to get into the nitty gritty of the police reports and stuff. Because that, you know, and I get it, like not all documentaries, they can't put everything in there, you know? All right, so let's get into this video. And thank you guys so much. Definitely hit that like button. If you're watching on the replay, hashtag replay. Teens will use NyQuil when they can't get a prescription for the codeine cough syrup. Yeah, also RoboTrip. So if you're a parent and you have teenagers or kids, look out for the Robitussin. That's why, like CVS and Walgreens and stuff, you have to now like show your ID and stuff. But they call it robo-tripping. Oh, I'm hooked, honey. I'm fully hooked. But they call it robo-tripping. And what they do is they take like 16 or 17 Robitussin, like when they used to have them in the pill form. I don't know if they still do, but they would take like 16 or 17 Robitussin pills and they call it robo-tripping. It gives them like a similar effect to like magic shrooms, or not even I think it's more of like an acid trip than shrooms. But please watch out for that. All right, let's get into this video. And I put this together of just some different stuff that I've seen.
I'm not saying I'm innocent. I was a driver of a tragedy, but I'm not a murderer.
I want to let you know. Thanks. Yeah.
Don't tell her.
See, right here, she's laying there, and they're saying, like, don't tell her. I'm not convinced she's not listening, you know, like, but again, also, she had been in that car with them for almost an hour. And if she was conscious, which again, as soon as the cops get up there, she's telling them her name and everything. So in my, just from medical standpoint, I feel like she probably had been conscious, at least for a little while. Because usually when somebody comes out of that state, they are more confused. They are asked, like, you know, like panic, like freaking out, things like that. And she was very calm. And I feel like that's because she had already been sitting there thinking about everything for however long, you know. So that's why I think it's strange. She asked, "Is Davion okay?" And because he had a pulse, I'm wondering if she didn't know, like, was he moving somewhat? Was he moaning? Something like she knew. I feel like she knew Dom was already gone, but she wasn't sure if Davion was. And maybe she heard them say he's got a pulse. I feel she was worried that Davion was going to tell that she did this shit on purpose.
Looks like the guy's DOA. That would take part of it out.
I need to talk to you. This is going to be like a vehicular. Where are we? Where are we? She's driving. She's intoxicated.
Yeah.
She was dead. I mean,
Well, I don't know if she's intoxicated.
Right,
We don't
but-
know that.
we don't have that's a
that-
detective thing, right? All that charges and stuff.
She's 17, so it would be a juvenile
Okay,
thing. Yeah.
that's where. Okay.
So, however, the driving portion, you can do an OVI on it.
So see, the cops are already like, even you heard him kind of whisper vehicular homicide. They already had a, like, oh, this is going to be like, we've got to watch our, you know, we got to watch our P's and Q's. Like, this is about to be a case.
It's impact alcohol. Now, you won't probably be able to even get really talk to her because she's going to be at Metro.
Are we even? I mean, sight-wise, we don't have to cite in this
No,
situation.
not right now.
Want me to grab it? You want to grab it? Go. She going on the flight?
No, she's going up.
All right.
See, you hear the EMS right there. The cop says, "Is she going on the flight?" And he's like, "Nah, she's going with us." If your teen is upset to the point that they say they will off themselves for a breakup, take it seriously. Not only that, like even if they felt that she was just doing it for attention and they felt like she was putting out those threats for attention or for whatever reason, manipulation is why she was doing it, in my opinion. But if you have a teen, and this is for anybody watching, if you have a teen that their go to when someone breaks up with them or when they don't have a good day is to immediately go to, I'm going to take myself out of this earth, then you need to maybe, if you don't, again, you cannot take it seriously that, oh, they've never hurt themselves, but you have to realize that there is a bigger issue there. That is not like there's a bigger issue. Why do they feel that way? Do they not have coping skills? Do they need coping skills? Like what's going on to the point where they think every time something inconvenient happens that they're just going to take themselves out. It's just awful. But yeah, you hear now he says, no, she's going with us.
Well, confirm with the captain. We got a bird in route.
So see, he's like, confirm with the captain because we got a bird en route.
Hey, life flight's here. I think she's here for her.
And see, he's like, no, life flight's here. That's for her. They're taking her to the ambulance. They know she's stable enough to go to the ambulance.
So you guys know. Okay.
No.
All right. Before you guys take off, that bird's for her. Just so you guys know. Okay.
No.
All right.
See, he stopped them and was like, before y'all take off, that bird's for her. So again, they weren't even going, yeah, Puka, that's a big thing. Please pay attention to that because you just never know. Yeah, Benadryl. But yeah, so she wouldn't have even she would not have been airlifted if Davion would have still had a pulse at this point. Because they had called for two choppers.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't say anything.
What's hurting you? What's bothering you right now?
Now she asked Kier if Dom's okay, but again, she'd already asked about Davion.
Don't say anything.
What's hurting you? Which one? Right leg. Okay. All right. I'm gonna
On that driver being extricated.
Okay. No BP. I'm gonna get chest is tight. I think we're gonna close up and
Okay. Fair enough. Let me talk to the captain. I think that's his birds for her though, just so you guys know. Okay.
Call the coroner's office. We're gonna leave the body in there.
Okay. What about the second one?
Second one's in the squad, but they're DOA too.
Okay.
But
Okay.
we're gonna leave the body here. They asked me to take it or leave it. I said leave it, and then call
We don't even know who that is yet, do we?
So that was still Dom. Dom, they decided to go ahead and leave in the vehicle until they could do what they had to do.
No idea.
Can I last name for? Before the bird leaves, I need a name for him.
We don't even know who that is yet, do we? We have no idea. Can I go talk to the female and get her info, or you want
This is a different angle, a different body cam.
to try to talk to her?
Yeah, I'll go try.
Go get a first and last name for the bird before the bird leaves.
I'm just trying to ID the last person before she leaves.
Okay. Do you remember what were the names of the people that were in the car? Dom and David? Davion? Damien?
Davion. Do you know his last name? Okay. Do you know where he lives?
Staying with her in town.
Bird landing.
All right.
Am I good to jump out?
Yeah, you're good. Don't move right now, Tom.
We're gonna pull up more.
Don't
Okay,
move.
I can wait. I can wait.
Yeah.
And you heard her, she's like, me and Dom stay there.
Davion.
Yeah, I know.
They were one of the names we given.
She said Dom several times. No clue where he gets Jacob from.
Jacob or Davion.
Yeah, I know.
Copy. Do you know Jacob's last name? Do you know Jacob's last name?
Oh, yeah, Puka. Very odd. They said that she never wore a seatbelt in like any of her TikToks or anything. She never had a seatbelt on, but she did have a seatbelt on in the crash. And they even said his seatbelt was in the car, black box or whatever. It said the front and passenger seatbelts were engaged, but the paramedics and stuff said he didn't have a seatbelt on. So I don't, like I said, maybe he had it hooked behind him so it wouldn't beep. I don't know.
Tell me your address one more time, if you would.
She even knew her address. That's what I'm saying. Like, she was so coherent that she even corrected them twice on how to say Davion's name.
Where we stand today.
Now, this is the footage. There's a couple things I want to point out in this, but this is the footage from the hospital when they found out, because all they knew at this point was that Mackenzie got in a car wreck. They weren't sure who was in the car with her or anything like that. So this is her younger sister, Danny, I think is her name, and then her mother, and then you'll see her father as well.
Okay. Full transparency here. There's drugs in the car. She had a bag of mushrooms on her and a scale. Full transparency, guys. I'm sorry, I'm ripping the band-aid off. Okay. Drugs in the car. It's a mess, okay? We're not going to do anything with the blood draw or anything here, but it will probably be subpoenaed, just so you guys know.
This is another thing. The fact that they told the parents that this blood draw from her life flight basically would probably be subpoenaed, and then all of a sudden this blood draw gets thrown away the day after the lab gets the warrant. I find that extremely suspicious, because what if they knew someone in the lab to get them to throw it away? Like, it's not unheard of. I mean, they live in somewhat of a small town. It's not unheard of that somebody gets to somebody in the lab and, hey, can you do me a favor? Like, there are corrupt people everywhere. I just thought it was odd that they give her parents this info, and then days later the lab gets a warrant for the life flight blood draw, and then the next day the lab throws it away without testing it. And that's when they had to then go back to the next lab that was drawn, which was on the 3rd, which was 4 days after the crash.
They're going to subpoena for a blood draw for the sample. Okay. Since she's unconscious, I really will, if you guys could talk, if she wakes up, we need a name of that passenger. Okay? Wait, you don't know it? We don't. All I know is his name is Jacob.
See, and I don't know, again, where he gets Jacob from, because she clearly told them multiple times it's Dom. So I don't know where and why he said that they didn't know, but I didn't understand that part. I don't know if he misheard what she said or what.
Yeah. She was driving, one in the back seat, and Jacob was in the front. Davion in the back. You're the parent. I mean, you have the right to know. This is serious.
Like, nothing. What is? I would have been out of my mind, freaking. Okay, I had forgot to show. I don't think I might have showed this, but This is the part where they talk about them doing carny talk. And the mom Natalie Shirilla has since went on a podcast and talked about this. So she did admit that it is carny talk. But I really don't think she said anything about a seizure, because if you listen to it, she asked her mom in this carny talk what she could say, and her mom says, "Yeah, you can." And then Mackenzie asked, "Well, can you just take my license away for 10 years?" She was basically asking her mom, from what translation I have gotten now, is that she was basically asking her mom, like, can I do community service? Like, this just shows you that she had no idea the depths of what she had done. Like, the fact that she thought to even ask or to even think that it was possible that you just killed two people and took them out of this world and you're going to get community service and your driver's license taken away for 10 years is absurd to me. But let's listen.
Criminal aspect.
No,
If there's
can I say something to her?
yes.
기생이사 시세 리제 기생이사 이상 기생이지 치지 치지 리제 we like just 치세 그냥 like who's 리제 seasons is a reason you can. Yeah, like can I just like take my whole license away for like 10 years or something like that? Like I don't even know.
If there's
Can I say something to her?
yes.
기생이사 시세 리제 기생이사 이상 기생이지 치지 치지 리제 like just 치세 그냥 like who's 리제 seasons is a reason you can. Yeah, like.
If there's
Can I say something to her?
yes.
Oh, I was muted. I don't know if y'all heard me or not, but she clearly says when she's doing the carny talk, you can hear at the end when they put it up on the screen, she says, take my license away. So you definitely heard that part.
Yeah, like.
If there's
Can I say something to her?
yes.
Yeah, like I don't even know.
I do have a lawyer. Talk to her.
I don't understand about the whole county thing because what if the parents, the other families
No,
don't
it's not
want
up to
to?
them at this point. The
Okay.
criminal
No,
matter.
but she will be tried as a juvenile though. She's a juvenile.
And that's not. I don't know.
Let me finish.
That's
Even
not
if the
up to
parents
me.
don't want,
It's not up to them
why?
because
She tell us what her daughter actually said in the
See, and that was the question. I told you guys that in part one, but that was what they kept asking. Well, if the parents don't want to pursue charges, then why is she getting charged? And the cop had to literally break it down, which it's not all on here because I didn't put it all on here, but the cop is like, it doesn't matter. Like the state is going to pick it up because two people lost their lives. And she's like, well, the parents aren't saying nothing. Like they really thought. And I think that's why Mackenzie got really close to their family. Well, obviously, Dom's family thought it was an accident. And she got extremely close and was going out to their grave sites with the Ouija board. And she was saying, see, they're talking to me. They're telling me they love me. They miss me. And like, I think they were doing all that because in their head, they felt like if the parents of the victims thought she was innocent, that she would, like, they would not charge her or she would get more leniency.
it's not up to them.
She's a juvenile.
And that's not. I don't know. The criminal matter.
That's her dad saying, well, she's a juvenile. Now, you guys have to remember, she crashed on July 31st. Mackenzie turned 18 on August 2nd. So she turned 18 3 days after the crash. It's like, come on, buddy. Like, I get she's a juvenile, but she's 3 days from her 18th birthday. They're not speaking Pig Latin, they're speaking Carney. So it's like a little bit of a mix between like Gypsy, Pig Latin, and Carney. Like it's all mixed together. It was like a little language that her and her mother did. But you listen to her dad, like she's a minor or she's a juvenile. No.
She will be tried as a juvenile though. She's a juvenile.
And that's not. I don't know.
Let me finish.
That's
Even
not
if the
up to
parents
me.
don't want,
It's not up to them
why?
because
She tell us what her daughter actually said in the hospital in the carny talk. Can you state what it was?
Yeah. Yeah. So she said it's not very coherent because remember she was on like all sorts of pain medication like around the clock because everything was broken. So it's a little bit jarbly. But she says like can I say, can I something? And then she says something about community service and just take my whole license away for 10 years. That's what she says.
She never said nothing about blaming on the seizures or something like that? She
No,
never said
the
that?
word seizure is nowhere in that sentence.
Yeah, no, I know. Oh my God, they played our conversations.
Mom, I was trying not to laugh when they played. It was in the hospital. I don't even remember. I feel like nothing that I said in the hospital should be used because one, I don't remember literally any of it.
Right.
But all I heard was I was trying not to laugh so hard. I was like, oh my God. And he's like, I still don't know what they said. They still don't know.
What do you mean?
I don't even
I think it was about seizures.
I don't even remember what the fuck I said to you. I don't remember. I cannot tell you what I said to you.
Why wouldn't they ask us? Duh. Ask us.
Yeah, I don't know. And the detective was pissing me off today. He kept making weird ass faces at.
Yeah, no, I know. Oh my God, they played our conversations. There's going to be a podcast about the case tonight on somebody's thing. It's Mackenzie, it's insane.
What do you mean? It's going to be on what?
Somebody's going to be talking about it on their podcast.
That's all. It didn't mean disrespect to the families or anything. I would never be disrespectful to.
So she's talking about their phone calls and her they're doing a podcast, it's in the UK, they're so excited to get this coverage. And then her mom, every time they talk about the coverage, her mom's like, start writing your book, Mackenzie, write your book. Jesus. And that's one reason, since they're already talking about writing a book, that's another reason to sign that petition.
To the families.
Since we're in that pocket, Natalie, let me ask you this.
Yeah, really laughing.
What was Dom like?
Oh my God, you can't do this to me.
I'm just, I think it's only right, that, you're talking about how, you wasn't laughing. So why don't you tell us about Dom and how you feel about Dom? This is your chance. If, take your time. If you want,
I can't talk about them.
Okay. That's fine.
I'm in so much pain. I feel so bad for them.
And that's understandable. That's understandable.
Go ahead, Kev. Take it away.
Yeah, I speed. Everybody speeds, though. Everybody speeds.
And those cowards that spend every day with you after the accident, there's a special place in hell for them. A special place in hell for being able to do that with you, to you.
Yes, that's so weird and manipulative and stuff.
Oh, it is repulsive. It's
So basically, they're talking about Dom's family and the fact that they hung out with Mackenzie every day after the wreck and all this. But you have to understand that Dom's family could only go off. First of all, no one in their right minds could think that this young little girl that they had around their family that they thought loved her, that their son loved, or she loved the son. They dated for almost 4 years. Nobody in their right mind goes, oh my God, yeah, she did that shit on purpose. You know what I'm saying? Even though they had dealt with the shit in the past, you want to believe the good, right? You want to believe that stuff. But like the sister says, we started finding out more and more. And the more stuff that we found out, we could no longer be on her side. And so then the mom's like, that is the worst type of evil ever. It's are you serious? Look what your daughter did. What do you mean that's the worst type of evil that you've ever seen? Huh? Just the thing. It's to me, it's that we talk about it all the time, people that have no self-awareness. And my brain works a little different. My brain goes so fast, it's hard sometimes because my ADHD, and I hate taking the medicine, so I don't take it very often. But because of the way, I guess maybe my brain works, maybe obviously different than other people, but I'm thinking my mind, if I'm on the phone, I'd be all the time thinking about what I'm saying as far as not trying to hurt the family more than they've already been hurt. I don't know. And again, we say it all the time, we can't expect people to have the same hearts as us or think the same of us, but she has no self-awareness. And I get that she didn't do this crime, but your daughter did. Someone you raised did this crime. And in my opinion, because of how they raised her, they created this monster. And I say that because I feel like they created someone that feels like everything revolves around them. If they don't get everything, like it's life or death. If she can treat everybody like shit, including her own parents. She can do all these things, never have any consequences for them. And they have literally raised someone that is, in my opinion, borderline sociopath. Because she can't even comprehend. In my opinion, Mackenzie Shirilla can't even comprehend the magnitude of what she's done, at least not yet, because you can hear it the way she talks. And in my opinion, the mother can't either, which I cannot understand because she's a mother herself. But the way she stood up there and was like the new friend, well, he was a new friend. Like, what? It's no one. And then the dad too. Wait till you hear what the dad said. I'm surprised. I am shocked that there has not been civil lawsuits yet. And there is a time frame, like there is a statute of limitations. I need to look that up because there's a statute of limitations on civil suits. And in my opinion, they should be suing for wrongful death 100%. Oh, Quavi, if you've not watched my first deep dive into the stuff that Netflix did not show you, and you watched if you like the documentary, I did the first part of this was on Thursday. So if you missed the first part, you'll definitely want to check it out if you're like down the rabbit hole like we are. Well, Colette, I can't diagnose. So I'm very careful in how I say things because I can't diagnose. I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a doctor. I'm a nurse. I can't do that. So that's why I say borderline, in my opinion, all the things. I'm very careful in how I say things, guys. I know what I can't, but I really feel that the parents, I mean, the dad literally says that if he could go back, he wouldn't save Dom. What?
Fucking impulsive.
And this is on a jail phone call. Like, what? The fact that he can't even grasp that he's on a jail phone call and everybody's going to hear this because they've been putting out their calls and he still don't give a shit.
Excuse me? I just don't know why, like, it's just like, it wasn't even, like, I understand, like, Davion's mom, like, and how they think, because they don't know me.
I know.
But it's like what Miss Russo and Angelo said. That was just, like, crazy.
Oh, my gosh, Kenzie, look, don't you think on it 1 second.
That
Do
was
not
just
think
crazy.
on it 1 second.
And we didn't bring up my stuff.
So she's talking about her victim statements, the victim impact statements that their families made in court. That's what they're talking about right here. Dom's mother made an impact statement, and her mother instructs her not to think about it 1 second. Don't even think about that for 1 second. When she should be saying, you really need to think about what you did to that family. You really need to think about what that mother said. I know you're not a mother yourself, Mackenzie, but you'll never understand having your child taken from you. And I hope that you sit in there and I hope that you reflect back on what they had to say to you. And I know that's her daughter, but sometimes you have to, if they're not getting it, it's your job as a parent to make them understand. Because instead of enabling her and being like, yeah, I don't know what these people on social media, because that's all they're worried about is social media. Instead of being like, I don't know what, their families are evil. You should be, because clearly she doesn't get it. So you as a mother should be saying, Mackenzie, what do you mean they're evil? They lost their son, their brother, their, cousin, their nephew, whatever. But instead her mom's like, don't you even think about it for 1 minute, sugar.
At that Dom's house, I need to get my stuff.
He has
weird.
He has that list.
Okay, it doesn't matter if he has the list. He needs to have the stuff.
So I know. I'm gonna get. I don't know.
I obviously would rather not.
She's freaking out over the stuff, materialistic things that she has at Dom's house. Not only that, her mom allegedly goes out here and buys her everything, like all the trendy stuff that the high school girls have or girls her age have. She literally goes out here and buys it and puts it in Mackenzie's room so that when Mackenzie gets home one day, she'll have everything. Shit's wild.
I feel like I shouldn't do any, but that's how this has to be in this situation. That will make the families happy. But murder, like,
no, hell
like
no.
That's just horrible. And
nope. That's what I mean. So we're just gonna go fight, and guns ablazing.
You can get a protest going and shit, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I would be the one to just get like fucked up and like not like that, like get fucked over.
It's not your fault. Not your fault.
I know, but it would be. Everyone would try to make it seem like that and would try to make me go to jail my whole life.
Just got wrapped up with the wrong family, really.
Yeah, it's like this. They suck. Bad as fuck. I don't like them.
No.
What? This family sucks 100%. I don't like them. Baby girl, I guarantee you they don't like you either. What are you even talking about? That's what I'm saying. Like, if my child did something like this and they're on the phone with me talking about, I'd be like, do I need to come down there and jerk your ass up off that seat you're sitting on? Like, the audacity. I don't know. Maybe I'm just maybe I'm just different with my kids. I don't know, but I'd be damned if my kid was and then the mom acts just as bad. So I mean, I won't say you can't blame Mackenzie because obviously she's an adult and she was 3 days away from being an adult, but I mean, you can definitely tell where she gets it from.
They're weird as fuck, like.
Terrible people, I know.
They're acting like I killed like 85 people. Like, I didn't kill nobody.
Sure, of course. Yep. Because it doesn't fit their narrative.
I hope karma comes.
I feel like she was about to say, like, I feel like she kind of switched it at the end there, but she was like, they act like I killed 85 people. Like, I only killed 2. Like, that's what I felt like in her brain. She was coming out, and then she was like, they act like I killed 85. I didn't do that to anybody. Yeah, you caught that real quick, didn't you, girl? Ugh. I feel like that's how she feels, though. Like, they act like I, did it, like it was so many people. It was only 2 people. Ugh. Now listen to her dad, honey.
Sure, of course. Yep. Because it doesn't fit their narrative.
I hope karma comes back and bites everybody that's against you in the ass so hard that they all disappear. That's all I said. And if I had a magic wand, I wouldn't go back and help Davion first. I'd make everybody else disappear. I'd click my fingers and everybody would disappear. That's what I would do. That's how easy I am.
Look at who they are. I hope that they know who they are. And I know.
Davion. I thought he said Dom. He said Davion. So you're basically saying you wouldn't help Davion? Is that what he's saying? And then he'd make everybody disappear that went against her? First of all, Davion and Dom didn't have a choice whether to go against her, unless you count if they got into it in the car or something, which is sick in itself. But they didn't have a choice whether to go against her or not. They lost their lives, sir. What? So you're saying if you had a magic wand, you wouldn't undo what happened? Or you just get her out of trouble and just leave them? Yeah, that's sad as, again, and people wonder why she is who she is.
If I had a magic wand, I wouldn't guard.
Listen to this.
I hope karma comes back and bites everybody that's against you in the ass so hard that they all disappear. That's all I said. And if I had a magic wand, I wouldn't go back and help Davion first. I'd make everybody else disappear. I'd click my fingers and everybody would disappear. That's what I would do. That's how.
They won't take her out, honey. She's Miss Popularity in prison. That women's prison does not work like men's prison. The PDFs, the women that are in there because they, off their own kids and everything. It is not like that. It is like high school in there. They're not, if a woman's a PDF and stuff like that, like they do have protective custody and stuff, but there's women in the prison that Mackenzie's in right now that literally off their kids and they're Miss Popularity right along with her. Plus, because of her charge and that she's 15 to life, like lifers, in any jail or death rows, actually, if you're on death row, that's like, you're like the hierarchy of jail, like death row's the top and then lifers and then like, cause you're going to be in there longer. So that's like your home versus they're there on an Airbnb type thing. But no, she is Miss Popularity. Somebody said that allegedly the first year she was there that she had a PIMP and was like getting given out to not given out, but making money by being with other people in the jail. They said that was the first year. Then they said that she got rid of the PIMP, and then that she started, basically she had like girlfriends, and the girlfriends, like her and her girlfriends would like do the same thing, but she kind of got rid of the PIMP. I don't know if they went home or what happened, but she was doing that on the outside. She was being a 304 on the outside. I mean, we all know that her and her and Dom got into it because while they were allegedly on a break, she let some guy, instead of, I know you guys have heard of Tata effing, if you catch my flow, instead of with the tatas, she did that with her feet. And he went to his happy ending with her feet. And she got paid for it. And that was something that her and Dom argued about. Like, last time we were on a break, you let somebody F your feet. And so she's doing it on the inside as well. Apparently. Allegedly.
Look at who they are. I hope that they know who they are, and they know who we are. Just look at everybody's backgrounds. Okay?
Yeah, I was talking to Jim too, and
I don't get it. That's a level of evil I will never, ever, ever understand. Because why? They didn't have to do all that. That doesn't make any sense to me.
They didn't have to do all that. Orange is the New Black. Speaking of that ENC, I don't know if you saw the first part I did, but she says on a jail phone call that she watched Orange is the New Black before she got there, which is, I mean, yeah, it's wild.
It'd be weird as fuck, like.
Right, like you didn't have to invite us into your home and your heart.
What they did? What about what she did? Again, they stood by her side because they thought it was an accident. And then the more and more that prosecution and the DA and stuff was showing them, they were like, what in the is going on? Not only that, she started going out, partying. You see her in the wheelchair, then you see her, she's not in the wheelchair, like strange stuff, like the same day.
And say those things. Like that was completely unnecessary. That's crazy psycho level.
Weird as fuck, like. People are literally like evil as fuck. Like.
Yes, they are. Well, they're hurt too, which is making it worse.
That's what I'm saying. They're hurt, but it's just like weird. Like, and like it's just like I've been. She's a weird. You just feed her. She's a weird. You just feed her. We just need to feed her.
It's the whole family.
See, she's talking in that language again on there.
It's just I can't get with it because. Just showed me something. Somebody is going off on Facebook again, and I swear to God, they know everything. They're posting everything everywhere, and it's like spot on. But they know everything about everything somehow, and I don't know who it is. Yeah, Daddy was like, did I write this?
Again?
Yeah. Yep. So
what are they saying this time?
Like.
Okay, so you guys remember in the first part, I told you about all of the calls that Natalie Shirilla, which is Mackenzie's mother, was making to the police department the days after the crash. She was calling saying that Mackenzie's phone that she had was actually her phone, and so she needed it back, which it was Mackenzie's phone. Like, what? And then she was calling saying that they needed to get the phone because they needed to get in Snapchat to get some kind of passcode, which who stores their passcodes in Snapchat? And she was just calling the police station just like for the weirdest shit, especially after something like this happened. Like, it's a tragedy. And they're so worried about this phone. You know, the whole time they're calling and calling. Then she calls the police department. We talked about this on the first part where I told you guys that she had called the police department to say basically that people were being mean on social media, right? Here is the call to 911. This is Mackenzie's mother, Natalie.
Sounds a police detective, Azul.
Hey, it's Natalie Shirilla. How are you? Hey.
Good, how are you?
Can you help us? She's not on social media, but there are one person in particular who's personally reaching out to her saying terrible, horrible things. It's basically harassment. Is there anything you can do to help us stop her?
Who's the person?
It's Morgan Verbicki. She's saying terrible. We screenshotted things.
Well, I can't do anything about that, to be honest.
Now, here's what I thought was insane. Okay, so her mom calls and says, I get a call from Natalie Shirilla. She wanted to report a couple of girls, quote, saying mean things, end quote, to her daughter on social media. Natalie identified Morgan Verbicki as one of the girls. She allegedly sent Mackenzie a message pertaining to the crash. Although Natalie said her daughter was no longer on social media, she was unable to provide a phone number for Morgan. The second girl, whom she only identified as Jenna, reportedly blamed Mackenzie for Dominic on purpose. Natalie and Mackenzie had screenshots of the messages. I asked her to email them to me and I would take a look into it. I further explained to Natalie that unless the speech was threatening in nature, I will not be able to control what people say about the events. Natalie never emailed me the screenshots. Now, again, you have to put this in context. This is days. Her daughter, by the way, had already turned 18 by this time. So Mackenzie at this point she was just a couple days, but it had been like 7 days since the crash is when she made this phone call, I believe. Mackenzie had been 18 for a couple days already. Your 17-year-old daughter, who's now 18, a couple days later, just ended the life of two people, one who she just graduated with, and the other, the alleged love of her life, that's 20 years old. She is badly injured. She's got lacerated liver, lacerated kidney. Her femur bone's broke. Her humerus bone is broke. She was airlifted, which now we know she didn't need it, but I'm just saying her mother doesn't know this at that point. Your daughter just was airlifted to the hospital, got all these injuries, and you are sitting up on the damn hospital floor calling the police department. First of all, why the are you on social media that much anyway when you've just dealt with this? I'm sorry, but like you're scrolling the comment sections and all this just happened. But whatever, maybe that's her coping, But either way, you're so worried that you're calling the police to report that people are saying mean things about your daughter on social media. It's social media. Like what? Your daughter's not special. That just because your daughter went through a wreck doesn't mean that everybody's going to coddle her and be like, don't be saying mean things about her. She just got in a wreck. The world is fucking cruel. People say mean things. And this is why Mackenzie is the way she is, because she has been in this bubble and her parents have let her talk to them, however, disrespect her. She has allegedly spit at teachers' faces, talked to teachers this way, kids this way. She's always ran everything around her. And when she doesn't get her way and people say things about her, she expects people to get some kind, like there has to be something done about it. But the reason I think it's crazy that the girl's name is Morgan, because while I was going through these text messages, there was a girl that she and Dom talked about a lot, and it was not good. It was a girl named Morgan. And they were, at one point, it seems they were kind of friends, but they were like fake friends. And then I guess Morgan had like swiped up, and this is all in the text messages, all in the police report. Morgan had like swiped up on a Instagram story or something that Mackenzie had done, and it was about steak. I don't know if Mackenzie had a picture of steak. I don't know. But Mackenzie starts texting Dom and she's like, yeah, Morgan, nobody likes her. She doesn't have any friends. She just got her license and she's been begging. She's like, she's posted 8 times about people saying that she can pick people up if they want to hang out, and nobody still don't want to hang out with her. Like they're talking about this Morgan girl, which again, I think is crazy because that's who mom calls the police on. So clearly Mackenzie had already had an issue with this girl, because there was a lot of people that talked about this case. The fact that she called the police on Morgan, there's a reason. You see what I'm saying? Like there was already a history there. But her and Dom are going back and forth, and she's like, Dom, what should I say? I want to be a bitch. And Dom's like telling her what to say, and they're making fun of her weight and saying, like, if you can't afford to go out, don't, make a steak at home, and just like all kinds of stuff. So the fact that her mom calls on this girl, I'm sure Mackenzie had told her about these times that her and Dom were talking about, because she tells her mother everything. So I'm sure the second her mom sees this Morgan girl online, she's going to call and report her to the police. It's just insane.
With you.
Hold on. My bad. I hit the wrong button. Look at me hitting buttons. Yes, a little brat. And it's to her parents that made her that way. And everyone around to her who enabled this behavior.
Can't do anything about.
We screenshotted things.
Well, I can't do anything about.
And you can hear Mackenzie in the background. Again, this is like 7 days after the crash. And you can hear her. It's really low. So if you have maybe like headphones or like AirPods or whatever they're called, if you have those, you could probably hear it. But she's in the background just like talking while her mom's talking.
Well, we screened Morgan for Biggie. She's saying terrible. We screenshotted things.
Well, I can't do anything about that, to be honest with you. The only thing I can tell you is she needs to stay off her phone. She just needs to, what's Morgan's phone number?
I don't even. Do you have Morgan's phone number? No, they're not even.
So she's not. Is Morgan talking directly to Mackenzie?
There you go. She doesn't have the girl's phone number. This girl is leaving comments on social media. So it's not like the girl is texting her and harassing her. They are legitimate. And this is what people never understand about social media and why they always are like, I'm going to get the law involved, blah, blah. They're actively seeking out, looking for these comments. The girl is not coming to them. She's not calling them. She's not texting them. She's not harassing them. She's just talking her shit online like she did it on purpose, giving her opinion. And so the cop realizes that when they don't even have a phone number for this girl. How can she be texting you and you don't even have a phone number? He's like, stay off social media. This girl is literally in a full cast on her leg, full cast on her arm, a neck brace, and this is their focus. It tells me so much.
No, they're not even.
So she's not. Is Morgan talking directly to Mackenzie, or is just Morgan posting things?
And I think. Hold on. Everything's taken down and everything's private, but I think Morgan is on there.
On where? Second. If Kenzie's not on social media and she doesn't have her phone number, how is Morgan even contacting her? Like where? On what platform? Right. Okay. What's Morgan's last name? I can try to call her.
Thank you.
Do you have a number? I can't promise you anything.
I know, I understand.
Morgan Ribicki?
V. So I have the one screenshot. I have what Jana said. Candy, do you have what Morgan said?
And then they called this, he was a detective. Like they probably had already talked to like several people before they got him maybe. So they probably talked to dispatch, then they probably sent him like, shit's crazy. But the fact that he's like, well, I can see what I can do. And then they're like, we have screenshots. But then like I read, they never sent the emails. So you wasted his time or you just thought he was going to go ahead and call without you sending anything. I mean, he may have called. I don't know.
I heard what Morgan said, but not like she but this is the first thing she said to me. And she said, I never knew you would actually be the end of Dom. And then she texted me later that night and said, I know you did it on purpose, and then she unsent it before I could get a screenshot of it. I put that card there. Thank you.
Okay.
It's mean and it's cruel and it's not.
I got you.
I appreciate you.
The sooner.
It's mean and it's cruel. Okay, so she was sending it on Snap. Natalie said Mackenzie had screenshots of the text and post. I asked her to email them to me. Natalie never emailed the screenshots. So, and just like Mackenzie said, she deleted it before she get a screenshot. So they probably had no proof.
I will give Tyler a call just to kind of poke into it, but generally, our patrol division handles those. It's just rumors, I will call and see if I can talk.
Was not talking to us because Mackenzie and her mother threatened Landon that if he spoke to the police, he would no longer remain on the football team. The next day he threatened was in fact Tyler Proctor, not Landon Turner. Damn, they were freaking threatening people if they went to the police. He would no longer be on the football team. I didn't know that.
To my friends, Rosie and Bubba, that like he's gonna get karma for Dom. Like I did this on fucking purpose.
Oh, let me read it right here. I spoke with the detective about recent incidents involving Mackenzie and the alleged threats she was receiving. Let me make sure I'm not on mute. Okay. And the threat she was receiving. Detective Glover informed me that he was contacted by Christine Russo, which is Dom's mother, who reported that the reason Landon Turner was not talking to us was because Mackenzie and her mother threatened Landon that if he spoke to the police, Landon is Bubba. He was in the documentary under Bubba. He would no longer remain on Marietta College's football team. The next day, Christine confirmed the person who was threatened was in fact Tyler Proctor, not Landon Turner. So I don't know who Tyler Proctor is. I don't know if he was on the documentary. I can't remember.
Well,
He's trying to hurt me, and he has plans for me when I get out and stuff. And he told one of my best friends that.
can you get Rosie or Bubba to get me that information? I can follow up on it, but
Okay, let's see. Mackenzie's mother had told us not to talk to the police. Right here. It says Mackenzie's mother was talking about it at the hospital, POTS disorder, when he visited her after the crash. He described Mackenzie being devastated about the loss of Dom and that she didn't stop talking about it. Paul was the house that they were at. So he was the one that they all came to his house and then he went to sleep early, remember? So they're saying Paul also mentioned that Mackenzie's mother had told him and those who were visiting at the hospital not to talk to the police. Russo mentioned rumors about the toxicology screening being released. I confirmed to her that it was not. Russo's opinion was that it was not drug induced. See. It says, next, I inquired with Paul, because remember there was the rumor, we talked about this in part 1, that Rosie, which was the one on the documentary defending her like crazy, had allegedly told Paul, again, Paul's house is where they went to hang out that night, not to ride with Mackenzie because it was quote unquote not good. So on this, it says, I inquired whether Paul had ever been a passenger in Mackenzie's car while she drove. He said, I refused to ride with Mackenzie, or I refused to ride from Mackenzie. When asked why, he said because she was a bad driver. He further explained that she gets in fights while driving. He listed an incident between Mackenzie and her neighbor who confronted her about running a stop sign. Paul said he used to see Mackenzie zipping through Pearl Road after school. Paul said he refused rides from Mackenzie because he was not stupid and did not want to put himself in a situation he wouldn't want to be in. Paul mentioned Rosie, who was one of Mackenzie's passengers, told him, "Don't go in the car with Kenzie. It's not good." Let's see. Whether he ever saw stories. Oh yeah, it says they asked him if the TikTok videos, if he'd ever seen them using, and he said yes. He denied seeing Mackenzie using Coca-Cola, but he only heard that she had done so. And then it says here, that's what I read earlier, that she said don't talk to the cops. Right here, it says Landon told them about an encounter he had with Steve Shirilla at the hospital when he was visiting Mackenzie. According to Landon, Steve looked him in the eye and asked him to help him save his daughter. I covered that in the first one. Oh yeah, that was allegedly her nickname. Her nickname that she went by and told people in prison was Shirilla the Killer. And people actually called her that. This girl named Juice that was in jail with her called her Shirilla the Killer. The fact that she even goes by that and thinks that's a flex, which I get it, it's prison, but that's why I say she hasn't even grasped the full thing. The fact that you're going up for the parole board in 15 years, and hopefully they're going to look at every single year that you were in there, not just the last year or so, because I think that's what she thinks. Oh, I'll get my shit together, before I go. They're going to look at everything. Yes, Shirilla the Killer. That is her nickname, allegedly. And again, this video is for educational and awareness purposes only. Okay, now this is after you guys know the crash happened July 31st. They arrested her right after Halloween. It was like November 4th, I believe, and of 2022. So yeah, November 4th, 2022, they arrested her. And they did it on the weekend and they were driving and they did like a traffic stop and got at their daughter. And of course, the parents were like jumping out at the traffic stop, like, what are you doing? Like, they had like 5 cars there. And of course, they're like, they didn't have to bring 5 cars. This is her parents. She'd already been arrested. They'd put her in the back of the car, got her to the jail. Her parents show up at the jail. Now, as we talked about in part one, her parents are frequent flyers at the jail. Like, they come up there to drop off books for her. They come up there to drop like whatever she wants. They come up there and drop stuff off. They call the warden frequently. Like, she calls the COs her staff. Like, they act like it's a freaking Hilton. So they must live fairly close to the prison, which they got lucky because I know people that like go to a state prison, but they go like, I mean, it's in the state they live in, but it's like 5 hours from their house. But her friends go by and like she can see him from the window. We talked about all that in part one, but listen to her parents. And again, I hate to focus on the parents because I know that you can raise a child and you can raise a child the right way and the child will still sometimes steer the wrong way. I get that. But I don't think that's the case in for Mackenzie Shirilla. And I'm not excusing anything she did because again, she knew what the hell she was doing. We talk about it all the time that you can I get you can be raised or not raised at all and at some point you got to you know what's right and wrong and you have to teach yourself, you know? Um but I just like to show this stuff because it's like she's not going to understand because they still are enabling her. But let's watch this.
To my daughter, because you guys aren't allowed to speak to her at all. That's from the lawyer. He does not want you guys speaking to her.
So the dad is literally telling the cops like she can't speak to you. Like, that's by the lawyer. She can't speak to you. Like, buddy, they don't need her. By this point, this is in November. By this point, like, they have enough evidence. They're arresting her. They don't need her to talk at this point. Like, what are you saying?
At all. That's from the lawyer. He does not want you guys speaking to her. And I can get him on the phone and he can tell you that over the phone if that works, or I can go in and tell her not to open her mouth. But how you guys did this on the weekend is just, all you have to do is go, hey, there's a warrant for, we would have brought her right down here with no problem.
How could you do this on the weekend? Like, so out of touch. What do you mean, how could you do this on the weekend? Maybe that's when they were staffed to do it. I mean, do you think after your daughter killed 2 people that you even have a right to say, oh, you did this on the weekend? You're lucky that they didn't bust your door open at 5 a.m. because they could have with her charges. If they had an arrest warrant, they could bust your door down at 5 a.m. Take that door right off the hinges if they really wanted to. Be lucky they did it that way.
It's just unbelievable. I mean, 18.
So the warrant was issued today, so we executed it today. The warrant wasn't issued earlier.
Well, you could have made a phone call, couldn't you? You had your creeper out in front of my yard watching.
So, she can't take any, she's an adult, she can't take any phone calls right now. She'll be transferred downtown.
Okay.
I don't know when.
Service just called to advise.
She'll be transferred downtown.
Okay, well, I still need to speak to my daughter so she understands whatever, not to say anything to you guys.
Okay, and I don't know about the phone, I would have to ask about that.
Can you go find, it's mine, it's not hers. I do need it. I have other children.
And that's how we communicate.
Yeah, and that's how we communicate.
Okay, so
I do need my phone.
I mean, if you had to roll out the whole mask to pick up an 18-year-old girl who could hardly walk out of a hospital visit, it's just beyond me.
So we follow the law, that's what we're doing today. So the phone that was in her hand is the one that we took, but I'd have to check with the detective to find out what's going on with that. I don't know the answer to that.
Can we find out? I do need it like right now.
Okay, let me at least
I have
ask.
another child.
No, I get it, So we got a lot to
Can you sort me out? Thank you.
Then am I going to be allowed to have a 2-minute conversation with her?
You cannot talk to her while she's here, no.
They just it's crazy.
She was just brought in. They're going to process her. As soon as they get the time for her to make a phone call, she will be able to make a phone call.
You just need to advise her. She has a lawyer.
She's a lawyer. She does have a lawyer.
She is 18 years old and
They are so scared. I would love to know what her parents really freaking know, because her parents are so scared of her talking. They've got to know more than they're saying. She has had to have confided in them that she remembers. There has got to be something. Or they're just thinking she's just so out of it, she may say something to make herself look bad. That could be it too. But I personally, in my gut, in my heart, in my brain, I feel like there's something that she knows that they are scared to death she's going to slip up and say, because her mom reminds her all the time not only not to say something on the phone, but don't talk to anybody, because she reads like she's talking to this one guy in the army that's in Kuwait right now, and she was like, he's in Kuwait, Kuwait, like she had no clue where that was. But she's like, um talking to all these people, like pen paling it up, and anytime anything, she's like, don't forget, don't talk to their case, like, she always says, keep your spidey senses up, like people just want to get info from you, which is, they probably, some people do, but it's like she does it excessively to where like they're panicking, like right here they're panicking, like, oh shit, let her know she has rights, let her know she has a lawyer, let her know, like, I think they know more than they say.
she could speak that.
Yeah, but she's a dumb 18-year-old that just turned 18,
Well,
and you guys are all the kids nowadays are dumb, and these guys are going to take advantage of it. She's not allowed to speak to you guys. I'm telling you that.
Her
from
attorney
lawyer.
can call us.
Don't ask her any questions. She's not allowed to speak to you.
That's crazy.
So you dial the number.
I'm surprised he kept his job as long as he did. Because you guys know that her father, Mackenzie Shirilla's father, that you just saw there yelling, he got put on administrative leave. He was working at a school. He also used to work for the news station. They did say he wasn't in like the newsroom, but he did work for that company. Because when we watched it on part one, the lady was like, just he was an employee here, but not in the newsroom. But they said basically he got put on administrative leave because of some of the comments he made in the Netflix documentary, and it was his judgment. Clearly, if you work at a school and that whole bully situation where he's like, my daughter said she didn't do it and that was fine with me, you work at a school. You're talking about a situation with bullies where someone says they got bullied, and that was your take on it. Like, and of course, the Mary Jane stuff that he said. And clearly, between him and Mackenzie's text, he definitely smokes.
Yeah, it's her phone. We're not giving it back. It's her phone.
You think it was it could have been.
Yeah.
But that too, like that was bad. I don't know what the mom does.
Broke up and she posted no.
Okay, so this girl was a friend of Mackenzie's.
Private
before prison.
Story about it, which I was in at the time. I'd slid up and had asked her like what had happened. She had told me her and Dom broke up. Dom broke up with her, and she said she was going to, and I quote, "I'm going to kill myself." I told her, no, don't do that. It's okay. Like, who knows? Maybe you guys will get back together. Everything will be fine. She said, oh, I know everything will be fine. I'm just going to say that until he gets back with me. End quote. And that would happen on and off all the time.
And I can tell you that after going through the text messages, that did happen all the time. And the fact that she told this girl allegedly, now, of course, this girl, who knows, whatever. But the fact that this girl is saying that she told her, like, oh, I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to say that until we get back together. You could see that cycle repeat in these text messages all the time. Dom tried to break up with her. I told you guys like how many times, but he was trying, like he avoided her. He would tell her he's tired. No, not today, not today, not today. Like all the time. And she would beg 24/7 to be with him. And he would tell her, no, no, no. And then he'd be like, we need a break. We need a break. Like try to break up with her. And then it would be, oh, I'm going to take myself out of the world. and then he would crumble and be like, "You're making me feel bad," and they'd be back together. Like, it was a constant cycle. Oh, for sure, Forrest.
So if that can just show you where her mind is and her intentions, that shows you. She was manipulating him and trapping him any way, shape, or form she possibly could. Threatening your life, threatening to take your life because somebody wants to break up with you is insane. That is evil. And it obviously shows Dom's character that he cared about her enough to stay in this relationship that he clearly was not happy in. I know in the Mean Girl Murders they had mentioned how much of a bully Kenzie was. I don't know if they touched on it in the Netflix documentary, but Kenzie was a huge bully. We had a mutual friend, and she was making fun of that mutual friend, and I didn't like that. So I called her out for it, and we exchanged words after school that day. It was snowing at the time. She decided to pick up a piece of ice and throw it at my face and then run away. The next day, I got called into the office and asked about that altercation we had. The principal had stated that I had said something to Kenzie, which I never said. Kenzie had lied to them. And so they were like, okay, well, for this altercation, I was a kid that really never got in trouble in school. So at least like detentions and school stuff, shit like that. But I got my first detention that day, and Kenzie walked home with 0 consequences. And how I know that is because if she did, she would have been in the same detention room as I. So the administration really didn't do much about her behavior. They never really did. It was really overlooked. She'd like smoke in the bathrooms, fight in the bathrooms, like spit on teachers and shit, like call them out their names. There was this other time where I had another mutual friend with Kenzie, and Kenzie was relentlessly bullying this girl to the point where this girl actually had to leave the school and check herself into a mental facility because Kenzie was telling this girl to go kill herself, unalive herself, and sending other people to cyberbully her and tell her the same things. And actually that girl ended up leaving the district and Ohio altogether not that long after. And Kenzie would actually post this girl like embarrassing pictures and like just really mean things. And the school did nothing about it. They could have easily suspended her or anything like that, and they never did. They say that they talked to the parents, but I doubt that. And I doubt her parents would even do anything. But overall, for as long as I've known Kenzie, she's never had an ounce of respect for people or her friends or her teachers, adult authority, nothing. She's never had any, none. Her parents really never did anything to like punish her. I know her parents say like, oh, I love everyone knows what went on in the house. Okay, well then let me tell you this instance when I was hanging out with Kenzie and we were at her house and her mom was going to take us to a haunted house with a whole group of girls. And we were in the car driving, and Kenzie told her mom, word for word, "Mom, shut the fuck up." And guess what? Her mom shut the fuck up. And that whole car ride, Kenzie was just demanding things from her mom, and her mom would do it while driving. I remember that day, like her mom took all of us to like go get food from McDonald's or something, and Kenzie was just really bitchy and horrible to her mother. And I remember thinking in the car, how could you speak to your mother this way? Like my teeth would be on the fucking floor if I ever spoke to my mother that way. So seeing that firsthand, I always just knew right there and then this is why Kenzie is the way she is. Her parents don't ever say no to her. And she runs them. In that family, Kenzie definitely runs her parents. And that's really, really sad and just fucked up because she's a child. She's their child. And they should have authority over her, but she has the authority. And that's how she's always been. Kenzie has always been that way. Kenzie has never cared about authority from teachers, police, her parents, nobody. She doesn't have a single ounce of respect for authority. And she never has, and I don't think she really ever will. So I just hope with the few things I have mentioned about Kenzie and her character and seeing this firsthand, I hope people can see who she truly is. For her whole life, she's always put on certain type of fronts about herself, and they're not true. She's an insecure little girl, but she likes to act hard and all this model stuff and whatever else the fuck. But all of that's a facade, all of that's fake. She's just a sad, insecure little girl that has always taken her anger and insecurity out on other people, along with adults. So I just hope that goes to show how deeply rooted Kenzie's issues are and how evil, demented, whatever you want to call it, she truly is. She would tell people to take their lives. She doesn't care for human life. She doesn't respect it. She clearly does not see human life as precious because she tells people to go take theirs. And I also want to say, when I spoke about her facade and how she's just fake, she truly is a fake person. The two girls that were on the Netflix documentary, McChicken Girl, Faith Walsh, and Rosie Graham, those two girls were actually on the burn book list that I spoke about in the Mean Girl Murders.
Brakes for the turn, put it that way. So why was she, pounding on her brakes beforehand?
Okay, so some people are saying that in the video, you can see that she hits the brakes. And the reason that they think she hits the brakes is because the type of car that it is, it's a Toyota something, and there is a brake light in the top back window. And people are saying that they can see that that top back window lights up, and that's how she hit the brakes. But others are saying, obviously, the black box did not record her pressing on the brake or anything. And others are saying it's like an automatic thing that the car does to stop it. But this is Dom's older sister that has a platform now and is doing the petition. So I wanted to show this was a TikTok live she did last night.
You could see it. So why won't they give her a lie detector test? I don't think she would take it. What do you think about her friends and all the things that they said about her? I'm glad you labeled them that. They are her friends. They are not my brother's friends. They are not Davion's friends. They aren't their best friends. The way they portrayed themselves, those are her friends. We've seen a video and it looks like a laptop or iPad light towards her, like they were doing a video. Nah, I don't think that happened. Davion did get, his friends sent him, this was at the trial too, I believe. They touched on this, that Davion's buddies from, they were visiting out of state or they had moved out of state or something. One of them sent Davion a picture or something, and he had the phone up and was looking or something like that. I remember hearing something like that, or he had looked at a picture of something, he opened.
Remember what they're talking about is, remember on the cameras from the road when they turned that curve and we could see it looked like, to us it looked like Dom was showing it, but they're saying that Davion got a snap. She's saying Davion got a snapper out the time that was. So maybe he was showing Dom something. Maybe that's what pissed her off. Maybe Davion got up, because to me it looked like he had got up. That's why I think maybe he was the one who threw it in neutral, is because it looked like from the way they landed that he was kind of sitting up from the back seat. But who knows? Maybe Davion got the snap, kind of sat up to show Dom the snap, and that was all it took. Yeah, I've watched all of them probably, Puka. Oh, I didn't see Heaven Sent's comment. Yeah, this is part 2 of things that have come out since, or Netflix didn't put in. Definitely part 1, I want to say 7 important things that Netflix had left out. So if you did not see part 1, definitely go check it out. This is just a little bit more of a deep dive into different stuff that's going on now, because there's stuff going on, like his sister having a platform. She's doing videos and lives daily, if not every other day.
Opened a snap, maybe, I can't recall, but there was definitely, no iPad or no computers, nothing like that was recovered. I don't know what that was. Maybe it was like a reflection. Ever be willing to speak with Kenzie? Yes, I would. I would love to hear what she has to say. This, I have not, nor will I look at my brother's text messages. I just feel like, God, it's a complete invasion of privacy. I know they're out there in the case files, and a lot of them are pertinent to the trial and the case. I get it. Like, I used to like true crime too. And if this was somebody else's true crime thing before Dom passed, like, I would have been interested also. So I can see that aspect. But now that my life is a true crime story, you know, that I have to live every day, it's so much different. It's terrible. But yeah. Well, like, I'm very.
Oh, Heaven, I just saw your comment. Some people are saying Dom was the plug and they had a toxic relationship and Davion got in the middle. So you must have just come in. So I went over some of their text messages in the beginning of this. We also talked about that in the first part. So definitely go check that out. But yes, there was evidence from the text messages that Dom was definitely selling things. And it looked like Davion had blocked her a week before. But yes, he had, for whatever reason, he was supposed to ride with someone else, decided to ride with them, and just happened to be there, it seems. Yes, Tina, me too.
Very, like, when I talk about their age gap, there are certain, like, I've seen online scrolling, I'll just be scrolling like on a random, but even before the movie came out. This was big before the movie came out, by the way, especially in the community. So we've been battling this for like 4 years with misinformation and people running their mouths about my family and my brother. And really it was because allegedly the Shirillas started this page for her, where my brother, this whole page is about slandering my brother and our family, you know, and victim blaming, and I got sick of it, man. But anyways, I seen a lot of like, oh, he was, you know, he was 18 years old and she was 12. What a freak. And I'm like, hey, I don't know where you people get your information, but he was like 2 years and some months older than her. It was a freshman and a junior. And when I went to school, it was like freshmen and seniors dated. I don't think anything's wrong with that. It is completely irrelevant. I mean, unless it was like, it would be weird if she was like in 6th grade and he was in 12th grade, or even 7th grade and 10th grade. I get it. Like, that might be weird. You know, I could see that. But no, it was a freshman and a junior. It was not weird. And that's just one of the things. No, I will not talk to Rosie or Bubba. Did Dom sell anything? No, he did not. I will not talk to Rosie or Bubba. Landon, whatever that kid's name is. They are Mackenzie.
So you hear them ask, did Dom sell anything? And of course, she says no. She also says she will not go through the text messages. It's an invasion of privacy. She's not doing that. And again, I don't say that to say anything bad about him. It's just the facts of what was in the text message. That's the only reason I say that. It's still irrelevant to what happened to him. So I just want to make that clear.
Friends. At 2:53, Dominic texted my dad, I love you, Dad, or love you, Dad, along the lines of that. I have the text message in my phone, the screenshot, and I have the their whole conversation. But there's been a lot of conspiracy theories surrounding that. People saying like, Dom knew this was happening, or he had something to do with it. Like, how did he know? He texted his dad goodbye, basically, and that is something we do all the time. My dad randomly texts us all the time, I love yous, and we text him back, I love yous. In fact, I texted my dad around 1 a.m. the same night, I love you, Dad, the same thing. Dom was at 2:53. So stuff like that was like, that's just what we do. I think it was like a normal night, a normal little party, and I think they went to leave because they had steady been breaking up. I think they went to leave and they got into a fight of some sort. Somebody had told me that like they heard that she woke up and he wasn't laying next to her or something, so maybe she got jealous, or it sparked an argument. I think they left, I think they were fighting, and I think she snapped and she turned down that street to kill him with 100% intention on hurting him, killing him. What are your thoughts on the voice saying she killed us, real or fake? Go to my YouTube and watch, as I have on a paranormal investigator, and I have a medium coming on tomorrow, but I have a video with a paranormal investigator that like basically certifies that video. modernize.
And if you guys remember on the first part, we watched her reaction. She said that they had been telling her about this clip for the longest time and that she had never been able to hear it. And the person who was, I think it's her cousin, plays it for her a couple times, and I think more than a couple times. And then you see her, she finally hears it. Like, well, she hears it and then she's like, let me hear it again because it may have been Davion. Like, I'm not sure if that was Dom's voice. Like, I just now got over the fact that I could even hear it. She was like, let me hear it again to see if it was Dom. And they play it and she instantly hands to the mouth. Oh my God, that was Dom. So we watched that on the first part. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, there's a video that Court TV put out of the body cam footage when she gets arrested. And the cop is putting her seatbelt on in the back of the car. And he says, I don't want to hurt you. And then you can hear what sounds like a whisper saying, she killed us. And then the cop says, what was that? And she didn't say anything. It's eerie.
Basically the son of Sam's Law so that Kenzie can't get out and make money off of social media or donations or her family, or then find like any loopholes. It's in the chat, so sign and share please, I appreciate it so much. Some people that have come forward that have some things to share that has not been shared yet, that is not good at all, about the Shirillas, so stay tuned. They'll be on. I don't know if it's going to be a live or pre-recorded, but it is not good, and it's so sensitive that I can't talk about it. Like, that's on them to tell their story, so I can't do that. But tune in because it will be happening. And I do want to say, like, because I've been called a bully for defending my brother. Like, even just watching Natalie's last interview where she's victim blaming my brother and making this stuff up. Like, I'm not going to stop until they do. I don't think she'll ever get paroled. I really don't. Even when she tries to pretend like she's remorseful, I think the parole board's going to see right through her. I can't wait to show a lot of what I'm doing now with this podcast. Like yesterday, I had the girls from, I had Cheyenne and Kat on, and they were, telling me all the stuff that's going on in prison. So I have all recorded now, so I can show the parole board just how she really is, with like firsthand witnesses and things. So I will make sure she doesn't. I don't think that she should ever be able to get out because Dom can't come home.
Yeah, Mel.
I don't understand why would she be able to walk free at any point in her life when she took Dom and Davion's? I don't understand it.
And that was Dom's sister. I still had this up here. Let me hide. Yeah, that was Dom's sister that was taught. These are Mackenzie's Snapchat messages shortly after the wreck.
To protect you and your family, because no matter where you live or what language you speak, we all need protection. RAID. Protection for
That's all her parents worry about. And her social media. I don't know, D. And look, recording herself at their gravesite. And then she zooms in. And then she zooms in on that. I'm pretty sure that's alcohol in that bottle, right? It's like an expensive bottle of alcohol, I believe. If I'm wrong, please let me know. But she zooms in on the alcohol. I don't know. I'm just like, just go figure. It's a movie, I think, Val. But it's based on a true story. That's her in the wheelchair.
I literally love you, Colin. Like, thank you for being there for me.
This is an audio message that she sent to one of her friends named Colin shortly after the wreck.
Just means a lot. Like, I'm getting so much negativity and, like, I can't even fucking move. Like, I don't remember anything. Like, this is just the worst. And I just, like, just everyone's being so fucking mean. Like, I just went private, and I'm trying to, like, not let anyone, like, think about this or talk about me, but it's like, people are being insane. It's just fucked up. I love you, Leah. Like, you're my fucking best friend. You'll always be my best friend. Thank you. Thank you for praying for me. I love you so much. You can come visit me, like, tomorrow if you want, or tonight. I just love you, Leah. Hi, Michaela. I love you so much. I have another surgery tomorrow. I've just been going through, like, slow fucking pain. Yeah, this shit just sucks, and I'm so depressed right now. Like, I can't believe any of this happened to me. It's just, like, the worst thing ever, but, yeah, thank
I can't believe any of this happened to me. She's sending these messages out to all of her friends. And not once does she say, "Oh my God, I can't believe that Dom and Davion are gone. I can't believe what happened to them. I can't believe I survived and they didn't." Like, nothing like that ever. Just, "Oh my God, I can't believe this happened to me." And they're being mean to me online. They're being mean on social media and they're talking about me. She literally cares, and so does her family. And I'm sorry if they don't feel this way. I'm sorry, but that's exactly what it looks like. They care more about what social media is saying than what actually freaking happened. Oh, that was another thing. In the text messages, Dom had lost someone in his life, and Mackenzie was telling him, like, people die all the time. That was one of her messages. People die all the time, Dom. Like, it happens to everybody. Like, basically, like, it happens to everybody. Like, basically telling him, the way I took it was like, you need to cheer the fuck up because people die all the time. Very obvious. The fact that she's like, that, I can't believe this happened to me. What? Be glad that you're okay. Like, be grateful. Look what happened to them.
I can't believe any of this happened to me. It's just, like, the worst thing ever, but, yeah, thank you for praying and thinking of me. I love you.
Kinsey, I love you so much. Please get better. I'm praying for you every day. I'm gonna make Christian come take me up there tomorrow so I can come visit you. Kinsey, I love you so much. Please be strong. Please, I'm here for you. If you need anything, I'm here. If your mom needs anything, I'm here. If your dad, your sister, I'm here for everyone. I love you.
I love you, Alex. You're really one of my closest friends, and I love everything that comes out of your mouth. I just appreciate you for praying for me and being there for me, and I love you. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Babe, I told you I got in a car accident. I've been in the hospital for like 5 days, and I'm like in serious fucking pain. Like, I like broke my ribs, my neck, my arm, and my leg, and my liver and kidney type shit. Like, I broke like all my shit. Like, you should see me right now. Like, I'm gonna send you a video. Like, this is like actually fucked up. Like, and like, I'll tell you more like tomorrow. Well, I'm sorry, Michaela. I don't even know what to think right now. I haven't even fully accepted what happened. This is just like fucked.
Yes, tatas.
She said, "I haven't fully accepted what happened. I'm just like fucked." Ugh.
Thank you for reaching out, Dax. I love you so much. You're
Thank
literally
you,
like my
Moody.
older brother. I'm doing a little bit better. I'm just in like excruciating pain, and I just feel like so like shit. I don't even fucking know how to explain. I just feel like numb. Love you, Reese. Like, I love you so much. I'm not doing okay. Like, it just doesn't feel real. Like, I keep saying this, but it like doesn't feel real. Like, I don't know what the fuck happened. Like, now I'm just like going to my second surgery, and I have to go through this shit now, and then like everyone's telling me it's my fault. Like, this is just fucked. Like, I feel so bad for everything. I love you. I just need friends right now. Like, I don't want to be talking about this shit. It stresses me out. Like, I don't know what to do. You could, when I'm free from the hospital, you can always come visit me. Or, like, even when I'm at the hospital, if I'm here for longer, you can come. But I just need friends to be with me. And, like, my birthday fucking passed in the hospital. Like, what the fuck? I broke my leg.
Dom would have turned 21 in September, like 24th, I believe was his birthday. Granted, her 18th birthday was 3 days after the crash. I still feel if she did this intentionally, that was intentional as well, because just like her father, they clearly had talks about juveniles. She had been in trouble. She had got caught at Kohl's. She had done stuff at school. There had been police reports. So she clearly knew juvenile was different than adult. And I think she did it on, she was like, oh, I've only got 3 days left.
I don't know what my right leg, I broke my leg. In my left leg,
Yeah,
I cut my leg down to my bone. Then I did something to my liver and kidney. I broke 3 of my ribs. And I broke my arm, and I broke my spine, that the bone that connects my spine and neck. Just be here to support me, and if you hear anyone saying fucked up shit, just shut it down. That's all I ask for. I just love your company. Thank you, Gracie. Cousin, thank you for visiting me when you did. It really just means a lot to me. Even just sitting there. Thank you.
I don't know if you know this, but when I was at the other jail, I used to go on Instagram all the time and shit and log into Instagram. Oh. I'll tell you when I come home. But my mom knows. You can tell my mom. You can ask my mom. And I would take pictures and send them to certain people and shit.
I think Rosie sent me one picture. You sent her. She said, look at Ken's. I said, how much question to get that?
So she's telling them that where she was before, the facility, I can't do it. The facility she was at before she was on Instagram, and that she would get on there and send pictures to people. Also, Dom's older sister, she has a podcast / YouTube, and she's on TikTok. She's probably on all of them, but her podcast / YouTube is The Big Sister Unhinged. So if you want, she's got all kinds of stuff on there, which we're going to get to some of it probably. We've been on here for a while, which I'm not worried about that. Not right now, anyway.
It's just I'm not allowed to tell, I promise. I'm like, get out!
I should have sent you some shit, but yeah, I was like, bitch, hey, it's me and shit. But yeah.
I thought that would freak me out. I'm like, that would sound fun.
But ask my mom to send you some of the ones that I sent her. But yeah, I was was seeing my Instagram and shit and stuff. I was seeing that's how I know Rosie deleted all the pictures of me and shit.
Yeah, well, I'm here too, but
that's weird as fuck.
Who knows? I mean,
See, she's talking shit about Rosie, the one on the documentary that went so hard for her because Rosie deleted all their pictures off Instagram. And the way that she knew that they got deleted wasn't because a friend told her like she originally said. It was because she had been on Instagram her damn self. Also, you guys remember there was one friend that we had listened to last time, which if you haven't heard the jail calls, I made the video that I showed on the deep dive last Thursday. I actually posted that video, just the calls. I'm not talking during it or anything. It's on the video tab if you want to check that out. But there's one friend in there. That is the girl from the documentary that said, her name's Faith. That's the one in the documentary that was like, she would never do that to herself because she won't even eat a McChicken with me. Now, granted, she was doing shrooms and tripping and smoking every day, but she wouldn't eat a McChicken. But yeah, that's who that was, Faith. That was on those calls we heard last time.
they're all fucking. I feel like a lot of these people want to be friends with you, but then don't.
Yeah, it's just pick it. If you a real one to Kenzie, or you a fake one.
Tell me if you need more money.
No, I got money. Cool. And then Laurel. Oh,
See, call me if you got money. The people that were in prison with her, now she's got a side business. So on their little website, you can order ball caps and you can order tennis shoes. So she would distress the hats and she would do stuff to the tennis shoes, make them unique. And then she makes bracelets and nose rings and all that kind of stuff. So people buy that from her and they cash app it to her mother. So her mother is her person. So that's her hustle in jail. She's got a couple hustles in jail. Also, they said she had no less than 100 sugar daddies. So when they say that when her mom's like, if you need money, let me know. And she's like, no, I'm good. She's got money in there. That's why she has everything you can get off the damn commissary, including a damn waist trainer.
Ashley and Laurel. I got them. Mackenzie. Oh, fuck.
What is it?
I'm just saying, I just got to whip us some foul shit. Allison is my sister. I want you to know we have been praying so hard for you this week. I'm going to be praying for the judge. Oh.
Did you hear what she said? She goes, oh, I just got a whiff of some shit. And she's in prison, guys. and she's talking about getting a whiff of some stuff. Not only that, but the prison that she is in, I found this to be interesting. Maybe you will, but the prison she is in, one of the number one rugs that they are on is called paper. They allegedly get this paper smuggled in and they smoke the paper. And it's supposed to have, I guess, it's supposed to have like THC or something on it. But they were saying, like, at one point, the rumor was that they were spraying it with, like, what is that real bad one? Like, damn, I done forgot what it's called. But they were like embalming fluid. That's what it was. That they were like spraying it with embalming fluid and all kinds of stuff. And these girls in this prison are like hooked to this shit. They're hooked to this paper stuff. And it's like a big epidemic there. And like these girls are like falling out and it's insane. No, it's not LSD. It's supposed to be like Mary Jane. But because they're putting like all these chemicals and shit on it, it's making them like fall out and shit. But she was saying she got a whiff of some, I don't, maybe she's talking about like somebody's shit. Maybe that's what, but she's made it sound like it was a good thing. But maybe somebody's shit in there. I don't know. But yeah, they said it's like an epidemic at this prison she's at.
All morning.
It's like
you don't know
smoking
my
dust.
sister and I very well, but we have loved you from afar because of your mom. Deep breath today. Just know we are here, and many people are. You are not alone. Oh, and I have 10 minutes left.
Okay.
I love you guys.
You have 1 minute left.
I'm gonna call you back one more time.
Yeah, that's fine. I just can't believe all the things you're experiencing. It's just holy shit, Kenzie. It's so much.
What'd you say?
All the things you have been experiencing. It's so much. So many highs and lows and ups and downs.
This was so bad.
A pillar of strength, my love.
Yes, like, man, I'm gonna come home and just like, I don't even know.
Pillar of strength. You're going to be able to help so many more people.
So they're making plans for when she gets out. She wants to be a life coach.
Than you already were. You know what I mean? Just because of your experiences.
No. They're not. It's not a wet cigarette. It's not tripping or nothing. The beginning, when it first came out, it was mimicking. It's supposed to make you feel like what smoking Mary Jane makes you feel like. However, they had got some bad batches in where I guess they were just trying to, maybe a CO or something was just trying to make some money fast. And he just, I guess, sprayed embalming fluid. And it's a rumor, so it may not even be true. But they said that the last batch was like a bad batch. And there was rumors that it was because they had sprayed embalming fluid on it. But apparently it's supposed to mimic like you're smoking Mary Jane. So I don't know. But they said that's the big thing in this prison. Like it's not anything else. They said now the lifers have all kinds of shit, which she's been hanging out with the lifers. She also got in trouble, and I forgot to show you. I'll show you in a minute. She did also get in trouble on her disciplinary. One of her disciplinaries was something about her medication. Like I don't know if she was like pocketing her meds like in her jaw or what.
Be like a life coach and stuff, and like I'm just gonna be
Look,
everything.
she wants to be a life coach.
I'm gonna be a life coach and stuff, and like I'm just gonna be everything. I'm gonna do everything. I'm gonna be that, and I want to do like a ton of jobs like Miss Kent.
Yeah.
She does like hella hustles.
What she does?
Yes, you know what car she drives?
No.
A Mercedes coupe, and it's cute as fuck, and it's a convertible.
Oh my God, I can totally see that. Yeah, she's excited to work with you. And she should be. Because you're awesome. There's nothing you can do about that.
Listen to this.
There's a third victim, and it's me, and I
Exactly.
lost the love of my life and a good friend, and now I have to just deal with this grief the rest of my life and deal with, like, being like, scared to drive and stuff. Like, that's just, like...
I know, honey. There's nothing I can do about that, so...
Can you just pay my bond and get me out of here, please? Like, go to a bail bondsman and see if they can do the 10%? God, why aren't you listening? I'm going to hang up.
I am listening. I said thank you to somebody when you were talking. I don't know how much an appeal is. Okay? So can we just wait until Monday?
It was published in England.
What?
Yes.
It's world.
Listen to that.
I think the Daily Mail just publishes it in all their publications, but yeah, the UK.
It's on the Daily Mail.
In UK.
Maybe Kim Kardashian will reach out herself.
That's what I'm saying. I'm hoping. Oh my gosh, I wish I could just like really talk to you right now, but I'm like scared to ask.
That's
questions.
crazy.
Ask my mom. She will tell you everything. She knows the answer to everything.
So Monday.
Oh, I know
you're gonna
flower is
be, like,
flower.
Finding out.
Yeah, if I'm guilty
They said
or not.
mimic.
But I'm gonna be on the
Mimic.
news again, so you will see too.
I guess FBI.
Holy shit.
Monday at 1 o'clock, I'll be probably on the news again.
Ugh,
Why
Andrea.
are you so obsessed with you? Like, you got in a fucking car accident. Like, I've gotten in 3 of those. Like,
It's probably just because like my boyfriend's last name is like Russo, and like his family is just like trying to like do some weird shit. I don't know.
his mom.
Yeah, they don't fuck with me no more. Even though
No.
like, after the car accident, I was like hanging out with his family and still, but then they just like turned on me all of a sudden. So.
The dad too.
He'd be at court now, and I'm like, damn, like, didn't we literally go to dinner together, and didn't I come to, like, Dom's birthday party after the crash, and I was with all you guys, and then y'all all just want to, like, turn on me all of a sudden? That's just, like, crazy to me, but
They want to turn on
they
her.
know I didn't do it on purpose. I just think that they're hurt. And
Guys, if you've seen that video going around of Kim Kardashian saying, I don't want any parts of her, blah, that's AI. As far as I know, Kim has not said anything. But there is an AI, okay, actually a couple AI videos going around TikTok where Kim Kardashian is like, I saw that she wanted my help and I want no parts. I'm paraphrasing, of course. But yeah, that is an AI video of Kim Kardashian talking. So I don't know if that's the one you guys are talking about, but well, again, there's several of them. But Kim Kardashian's on there. It looks like she may be sitting in a chair or something, and she's talking about how she won't work with Mackenzie Shirilla and shit. The ones I saw several that were AI. You have to be careful with these AI stuff, guys. Kim Kardashian is probably ignoring the hell out of that.
they don't know how to grieve properly, which I understand. Like, not everyone understands, but that's what I think.
It's really just the fact that they had so many strings
Yeah,
that
man.
they could pull to even get you arrested in the first place.
Yes, like, it's just like, I would understand if they gave me like a normal charge, but like the charges that they gave me are like literally insane. Like, it's not. They're trying to make it seem something that it's not. Like, it's not. Like, I didn't do this on purpose. Like, I got in a car accident. I'm a third victim. Like, and they just think that like it was all some like joke, and like that I was like, oh.
Oh, I'm the third victim, and it's such a joke. Like, the fact that she calls herself the third victim is crazy. You said, I Googled it, you're right. It's paper soaked in liquid synthetic cannabinoids, often called K2 or tune, or other drugs like Suboxone and fentanyl. I did not know that they could do the Suboxone and fentanyl. See, the only reason I know is because there was a girl that had been to that prison and she was talking about it. She was talking about the Mackenzie Shirilla, and she was talking about the fact that behind the bars, like there at that prison, it's really bad. And she was like giving her experience, and she's the one who said all this. Obviously, she's been there. I haven't, but Mayor Bell, I think you might have saw that AI video too. It's the AI video of Kim, guys. All right, let me play this.
But yeah, I just wanted to do this on purpose to the love of my life and a friend. Like, that's the
Right.
most dumb, crazy thing I ever heard in my life. Like,
He was the love of your life.
Like, every time I talked to you, I was with him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I would never hurt him, like, ever. And yeah, we argued, but like, what about the video? Like, man, they just tried to make it seem like I was like this like abusive girlfriend to him. But they didn't show anything he did to me, which is just so irritating.
There's always two sides. There's always two sides.
And I was
even though you guys went through stuff, like every couple goes through stuff. Like, do you know what I mean? Like every couple fights, every couple has a toxic.
Yeah, every couple goes through things. Not every couple's toxic, and they definitely don't go through something like this, girl. Like, this is the people that's around her. That's the sad part.
So that's insane. Like, I'm telling you, the show. For
Okay,
what
listen.
happened. Kenzie, it's on the Today Show.
What?
Girl, I'm telling you, they're about to get ready for the biggest fucking plot twist of the century. Right?
What? What did they say about me?
No, it's not on the TV. It's just online, and they're just reposting the story. But that's okay. That's okay, right? That's all right. Plot twist, bitch. Right? That's okay.
Wow. And her mom has this habit of saying, like, okay, okay. She did it during her, I guess she was supposed to plead with the judge for leniency for her daughter. That was the point of what she got up there for. But she did the same thing. Okay. Or no, it was no. She kept repeating no, no, no. That's what she kept repeating. But her mom literally says it was on the Today Show. Plot twist, bitch. Because they think that because they're delusional, first of all. We know this by how they talk to each other. But they really think that the more her case is seen in front of people and the more people that are aware of the case, that she's going to get out early, that somebody's like Kim K is going to step in and get her out, and like she's like she could be on the Innocence Project or something. Like they really think that. So in her mind, she's like, "Oh, it's on the Today Show, plot twist, bitch." She knows they all know they're being recorded. Like that just shows that she can't even help but be who she is. Ugh.
Reposting the story, but that's okay. That's okay, right? That's all right. Plot twist, bitch. Right? That's okay. Write your book. Start writing your book. You hear what I'm saying?
I need my baby book to write my book, though.
I know. Well, maybe I can.
I'll start it, though.
You start writing your book.
See, she's like, maybe I can bring it.
So, okay, I'm going to write these names down from these randos. That's so nice, though, that they're doing that.
I'm so sad Diamond left, because that's like, I would be telling her about this man.
Steven? Okay.
So Diamond was the girl that she was in prison with, that her baby was taken out of this world way too early, and she was involved in the case, but the boyfriend did it. She ended up, I believe, getting her case I think she got out because of something. Like she's out of there now, but she was facing life too, I believe, and ended up getting out. I looked up her case because she was talking about her.
Good. I was going to call the warden today and ask her about
Oh my God, I got no sleep last night. Tell me why, like, she was just fake throwing up all night. Like, it was so irritating. Like,
what?
Yeah, it's like making herself throw up all night. And I just had to listen to it all night. Yeah, it's like, it was disgusting.
Ew. Ugh. That noise just makes me want to
Yes, and I just had to, like, hear it all night.
What the hell? Why was she doing?
Did she move off the pod?
It's got like the most like crazy ass deja vu I ever had in my life. Like I remember this dream I had after I got in a car accident of this place. Like right where I'm sitting right now, I just dream about it. Like I swear to God, now I remember. Like I remember this dream.
I got chills. She got a crazy deja vu. 10. A dream she had.
No, like I remember I was sitting at the
See, she's saying she had deja vu, that she had seen this before. I'm telling you, like, I don't know about her, but Dom for sure. Like, Dom was having 2.5 years before the crash. He was having dreams more than once. He was having this multiple times where he was seeing her go away.
I seen the boat, and I was
where he would see her go away in a helicopter.
In this room. Like I remember this room.
Crazy.
Come on, Ken.
Yes, I'm dead ass.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
She's sitting at the table right now, staring impressively, looking at boats, and she remembers before she can tell.
Oh my God. And I tell you this funny ass shit.
Huh.
Blacking out like crazy.
Yeah, she thinks it's a playground. Oh, listen to this.
I mean, for real. Blacking out like crazy.
So her mom says, I've been blacking out like crazy. Listen to what Mackenzie says to her.
Well, remember, don't drive, because that's murder if you drive with that.
I mean, for real, right?
That's so wrong. And did you put that in your license?
She said that's murder if you drive with that. And did you put that on your license? Because whenever the POTS thing came up, they were like, well, did you report that to the DMV? And then she makes a joke out of it, like, well, don't drive, because if, you get in an accident, it'll be murder. It's just so out of touch.
You have 1 minute left. There's people with epilepsy.
I drive?
You do not have to put that on your license that you have epilepsy, like literal epilepsy.
Epilepsy?
Man, I'm going to call you back.
Who? Hold on a second. Why the fuck would it get denied?
a notice of appeal. That gets your transcripts of this trial. Once we get the transcript, whatever lawyer we choose or you like, write the brief. And then that gets sent in. And then they put it on the document. And then it's just a matter of steps.
Right.
This could be.
I'm saying, why would it get?
70 days. It could be 80
Wait a
days.
second. What? Why would it get denied? My appeal should never get denied. Why would it?
There won't. It's
why
not
would I not- Okay, that would be weird stuff.
Drive a Toyota, but I think I just saw you because I saw someone.
So they were, that was them like yelling about her appeal, and she's got several denied. Like I said, that one, they were late. They were a day late. And so, but she's like, why would it get denied? Like, she really thinks she's coming home.
Wearing your hat, and I'm pretty sure I saw you.
I came into fucking work this morning, like, I woke up early as fucks for no reason, pretty much, and I just got my
Okay, so this is when she worked at Dunkin' Donuts.
fucking hair braided, so it's, like, slick back gelled and very nice right now. So I come in, clock in, get to work, it's, like, normal, and Brandon's like, do you have your hat? And I'm like, I was like, oh, no, like, I can't wear this today, like, I can't because, like, I just got my hair done and it will mess it up. And he was like, you need to wear a hat. And I literally thought he was joking. Like, he was being weird as fuck about it. So I literally told him, like, I actually cannot put on the hat. And he told me I need to fucking go home if I don't put the hat on. And I was like, okay, then I'll leave then. And I literally just clocked out and left and then quit because, like, what the fuck? Like, this is the second time I've been sent home over some bullshit. So literally, I just got my hair braided. Like, I have a slicked back ponytail on right now. And I'm not wearing a fucking hat to work, so, like, clearly this is what it's about. I wake up at 8 a.m. for my only shift during this fucking week, first of all. So I wake up on the way to work, whatever, blah, blah, this. I get to work, clock in. Brandon's like, where's your hat? I told him that, like, I'm not going to wear it today because, like, I just got my hair done, and he was being weird as shit about it. Like, I thought he was joking. He was being so weird. And then he was like, you need to, like, go get a hat or, like, go home. And I was like, oh, then, like, I'm going to leave then.
It
because, like, I
depends
actually
on your
can't wear a hat.
diagnosis.
Like, I just got my hair done. And he was like, okay, then you need to go. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, he was for real, like, dead ass serious, telling me you need to leave because of a fucking hat. So I just, like, left. And then I was, like, pissed off about it because, like, I had to wake up early.
And then she put this on their reviews. Probably the most disgusting place I've ever worked at. People touching donuts with their hands, mold coming out of the water hose, literally giving people old coffee. And I can keep going. Never eat here if you care about your health.
So I just, like, quit. Like, I'm fucking over it. Like, this is the second time this shit happened.
So crazy.
Not speak a fucking word. If anything comes out your mouth.
Now this video has came out, and this is allegedly Dom and her in the car together, and he is talking to her and she's recording. Now I would assume he doesn't know she's recording.
This is the second time this shit happened.
Do not speak a fucking word. If anything comes out your mouth that's gonna be disrespectful, instigating, or anything at all, like, I'm whipping this car over, okay? And you are getting the fuck out immediately. I don't care where it is. Do not say anything that could piss me off, okay? You know what the fuck could piss me off. Just don't say a single fucking word. Good.
Okay, so my husband grew up in Strongsville, where Mackenzie Shirilla also grew up and went to school. And I've lived in Strongsville. I don't live there anymore, but still in the Northeast Ohio area. But I'm very...
Now, I found this interesting because of the Carney /Gypsy /Pig Latin talk. Some people have said that they do have connections to Carney, Gypsy. Obviously, they have connections to at least a Carney. But people have said they have connections to gypsies and stuff like that. I found this interesting because, and this is no offense to gypsies, but there is that stereotype out there that gypsies are scammers, or a lot of them run concrete businesses and they scam people and all of that. So I just thought this was interesting, what this lady, because her husband's local to Strongsville, Ohio.
very familiar with Strongsville and the people in it, and the moms of Strongsville specifically should be a whole nother specimen studied. So I'm in this Facebook group page that's called Strongsville Moms Discuss It. And it's literally all these Strongsville moms just like bitching and moaning about, like, you know, their kids not getting this and white privilege and all of those things. Okay, up on there the other day because I want to see, like, okay, what are people posting since the documentary came out? And I came across this one post and this comment that this lady left. Okay, so this was the post that someone said basically like, her parents are beyond delusional and anyone can say that. They're enablers. Wondering why she didn't include, why they didn't include her practicing 7 times. And her mom said to her mom, can I just tell them I had a seizure at the hospital in her, in their language or whatever. To each other, when they're on the prison calls and everything, so that if it gets leaked,
Mother
people
effer.
don't know what they're.
Anyway, I think I was muted, but what I was saying was we already heard in the breakdown of the language that she didn't say seizure, that she was asking them for community service and her license taken away for 10 years, which again, what I was saying was the seizure thing. I feel like at least her saying, well, can I tell him I had a seizure, shows that she realizes a little bit of the gravity. But the fact that she asked them if she wanted to ask them if she could do community service and they take her license for 10 years tells me that she definitely doesn't understand the gravity of taking 2 people away from their family. I don't know. I don't know which is worse. I feel like the community service is worse.
Talking about, and anyway, whatever, just mom on this page many years, one lady posted about, and anyway, whatever, just talking about this is what one lady posted on that post. And she said, I'd one interaction with her mom on this page many years ago before this tragedy when I didn't agree with something she said. I have no idea at the time what it was. It was way back when. Her response to me was, don't you know who I am? Is she someone special? I was like, nope, I sure don't, nor do I care. Very entitled family, and nothing I saw in the documentary surprised me when it came to her parents. Very sad for the family of the 2 victims. That video of the crash was brutal to watch. And, talking about the mom, she used to comment on every single post, anyone cared what she had to say. She was very vocal, and then this happened and she went dead silent. Both parents are literally delusional. Also found out that the dad actually got fired from Parma City School District recently, or put on leave or something, I don't know, because of his basically what he said in the documentary about supporting his kids smoking weed and things like that, and would much rather her do things like that than other things. But it's
okay, hold on.
She was posting pictures with jackets.
Okay, listen to this.
Natalie Shirilla, whatever happened to the North Face jackets? Mine both say shipped, but no tracking info. Probably shipped from China, lol. Mind you,
this is in 2016, you guys. So basically, it looks like Natalie Shirilla scammed all of these people for North Face jackets. I guess, you know how people do pre-orders and they get it for way cheaper because they're getting it sent from overseas, but you have to wait on it for 2 months, so you get it at a discounted rate. Well, apparently in 2016, several people ordered jackets, and it seems like they all ordered 4 jackets. So you think of how many families, each family ordered 4 jackets. That's crazy.
this is 2016, okay? It's getting
No, I'm not on mute now.
And if you have anything to say about me blurring these people's names, go unfollow James Charles. Natalie is scamming all of us and profiting a total of $30 from all of us. I'm just internally screaming on a Tuesday night. I ordered 4. Me too, 4. Lots of people ordering 4 of these North Face jackets. What is going on, Natalie? I ordered 4 as well, so did a bunch of my friends. So it seems like we've got a theme going on here, right? You ordered 4 and maybe you get a 5th one free. I don't know. This is where it gets weird. Oh my God, all the parents at my daughter's gym were all sitting in a huddle ordering these. It was like a secret meeting, lol. LOL, and all Natalie Shirilla vault.
So, Danny lost privileges to have
Now, she's talking about Danny. Danny is Mackenzie's little sister. Now, there have been reports that have come out from people that know the family, that knew Mackenzie, that Mackenzie is put up on a pedestal. She is the favorite child. She is the oldest. She is the firstborn and is treated as such. And that Danny, not so much. She is the youngest and the second child, and it shows. You guys know I talk a lot about favoritism. I can't stand favoritism. Oh, it makes me pissed. But listen to what her mom says. Like, I just feel like this probably adds to it. They would never do this to Mackenzie. Never.
Yeah, well, Danny lost privileges to having a bed frame, so I moved her bed to the floor.
Why can't she have a bed frame?
Because I can't. There's so much. There's disgust. She just leaves bags of food and like bowls and shit under her bed, and then she doesn't know why it smells in her room. She's like the son I never had.
Oh.
So she wouldn't go in. I'm like, what's wrong? She's like, I don't know, my room smells and I can't figure out why. I'm like, okay. So I went up there. I'm like, oh my god. You know that frosting I make from the cookies?
She had that shit under her bed.
She makes it sometimes because it's yummy, right? And then there was one of those bowls. Well, and it's milk. And yes, it was under her bed.
And she likes to say she hates candy, but then just eats straight sugar. That just doesn't make any sense.
It makes like no sense.
She's fucking lying.
Makes no sense. So
They
I
took her
removed-
bed frame.
She no longer gets. And then there was like 5 pee bags under there that were empty. She can't have it. She can't have it anymore. I took it out. She's asleep on the floor now with her bed. It's on the floor.
I thought you was like, I found like drugs under her bed, or I thought you were gonna say like some crazy.
No.
What the fuck? I don't know.
No. Oh, speaking of that, somebody was online saying how there was no.
See, it always goes back to somebody online, what they're saying online, social media. It's crazy.
Parental supervision with you and stuff. This was the party house, and I just let people have all kinds of parties here and everything. And finally, the neighbor across the street, she was like, you guys, you don't know what you're talking about. That's a wonderful family. They're very nice. And I live right across the street. There were never parties over there. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Don't believe everything you hear.
I was at Dom's house, so maybe they're talking about that house.
No, they were saying me, though. I let you have parties all the. I don't even know that person. Dylan something.
Dylan.
But who even knows? I don't know, but that could not even be his real name.
It was a
I'm like,
kid,
wait a minute.
or someone my age, or like an adult.
It's Facebook. Anybody create any profile and it's right.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Nobody knows. Everybody's making shit up. Then they were saying that you had just got done breaking into a church and you spray painted and broke everything. You spray painted.
This is the videos from their Snapchat of them inside the church. Now, again, this is an example of not only is Mackenzie still not taking accountability for this, still lying about this, but her parents are lying with her for her, because you can't tell me that they have not seen this in the trial, because the reason I say this, even though it's not relevant to what happened, she was charged with desecration, breaking into a building, and there was $85,000 worth of damage done to this church. They broke into this church a week before the accident happened. So obviously they saw this in the trial. They've seen this in discovery. They know their Snapchat videos exist of this, and yet they're still lying about it and still not taking accountability. Like, they said that you did all this stuff and you didn't do it. It's right here. There's video of them in there. It's just crazy to me. It's just another example of it.
You're saying that you had just got done breaking into a church and you spray painted and broke everything. You spray painted all over the church. Like, what? 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 The rumor mill is strong. Okay.
Damn, Strongsville people are so sad and depressing. Like, they really have like nothing like credible.
Nothing. This is the saddest fucking town ever.
Just, like, fucking open
There's
my
the police
courtroom for
report.
like the whole city to come and just like live stream it all and like don't block anything.
Right. Right.
That shit all on the news.
There's the church.
Yep. That's why I was hoping this one was going to be live streamed.
Wow.
But it wasn't.
It was
no, the end was, but not the whole
They
thing.
moved from location to location.
Yeah. Is it raining or is that the tree? just what the judge says was live streamed, but I was hoping the whole thing would have been.
It was, Forrest. It was added to her charges. Like I said, she got desecration, and then she got breaking and entering and something else. She got like 3 charges that were added to hers besides the crash. Because when they did the search warrants to get into her phone, they found obviously they found everything in her phone. They had done Snapchat videos of them being in the church and breaking into the church and all of that. So yeah, she got charged for all of that, because that's why people couldn't understand why she got charged with desecration. They're like, wait, what? And I'm like, yeah, that has to do with the church. Crazy. Might be the end of it.
Right.
And girl, like,
Oh, no.
I did not break into that church. I don't give a
No,
fuck.
you
I did
didn't.
not break into that church. I was in the car. How am I?
I know.
They don't.
That was a picture of them holding the tools they broke into it with. Well, shit.
I don't give a
No,
fuck.
you
I did
didn't.
not
Right here.
break into that church. I was in the car. How am I?
I know.
They don't know if I wanted to leave. Why the fuck would I be in the car if I didn't want to leave?
Why would she say she was in the car when she took the videos herself? Like, that's a different type of, and the parole board will look at all that if it's put in front of them, because that shows her character. Like, you're caught, the police have the videos off your phone, and yet you still are lying to yourself and everyone else. Like, you believe it at this point, probably.
Leave, like.
Julie, I do. You recorded it. You were like, I just want to go. Can we leave? I don't want to be here. Don't touch anything. Don't break anything. I just don't want to be here.
Felt bad breaking in though.
Look. Felt bad.
Wait, what is this?
She says, I felt bad breaking in. You were right there.
Like a little globe.
Dude, I'm taking that.
I'm taking that.
Put that like down the door.
I hope karma comes back and bites everybody that's against you in the ass so hard that they all disappear. That's all I said. And if I had a magic wand, I wouldn't go back and help Davion first. I'd make everybody else disappear. I'd click my fingers and everybody would disappear. That's what I would do. That's how angry I am. They screwed you so bad.
Mackenzie Shirilla's dad has been placed on administrative leave following comments he made on the Netflix documentary The Crash last week. The backlash appears to center around remarks defending Mackenzie, and the overall tone viewers felt showed little accountability or empathy toward Dominic Russo and Davion Flanagan's families. I wonder if they've listened to the prison calls where he basically says he wouldn't save Dom. That's because Dominic's parents rightly suspected there was more to the crash from the beginning. Her parents have enabled her for too long. Just look at her mom's reaction in this next clip over her Mackenzie's bullying at school.
They suspended her for the last day of school. I had to get off work and come get her. And I walked in, I looked at my daughter, and she's sobbing. And I go, did you do it? She looked at me and goes, no. And I know. I go, good enough for me. Let's go. And I walked her out.
At this point, police have already ruled out mechanical or sabotage or drugs or alcohol. They've ruled out medical. While police continue to canvass for evidence, they get cell phone records.
What was retrieved from Mackenzie's phone was
Now, see, this is when people are saying that she was doing dry runs. But again, we saw in the police report, so I guess that just, you have to believe what you want to believe, because it does show her there. But as you saw in the police report, they said that was a known cut through to avoid police. So, and we all know what they were allegedly doing with her, and they, she was always smoking when she was driving. So, did she cut through there to avoid the police, or was she doing dry runs? I don't know.
a GPS hit literally at that intersection of the impact site, indicating that at least her cell phone had been there just 3 days before the crash.
And see, this is the intersection I was talking about that Rosie had to come up to at 6 a.m. So even Rosie cut through here to get to her house. But when Rosie comes up to this intersection, as you can remember, when you saw the thing, the car would have been sitting literally dead set in front of her pretty much, because they hit that sign that says Plidgo or whatever. They hit that sign and then hit the wall, and then the car bounced off the wall basically. And so the car would have been sitting right in front of Rosie when she comes up on this intersection. She would have literally, she had, and she even said she saw the crash. She told her friends that she saw the crash, but she didn't realize, one, she didn't realize it was Mackenzie's car, and two, she didn't realize that people were in there, or that at least her people weren't in there. So she had to have seen it. And the fact that she passes this at 6 a.m. and doesn't even call the law, doesn't call 911 and say, hey, there's a crashed car out here. Nothing. In fact, the law does not get called for another 15 minutes, and that was by someone else.
The question is, why would she be there? It's not near her home. She doesn't work there. It's in the middle of an industrial park, an office park. And yet, there she is driving this same path.
To investigators, it looks like a dry run.
Mackenzie knew that street. I believe she knew exactly what she was going to do when she turned onto Progress.
That's crazy. The sign was kind of hiding the crash. No, but they had bounced away from the sign. If you look at the police, like, you can see the sign is to the left. Like when the police officer turns around from the crash and he's like standing behind the car, the sign is off to the left because they kind of bounced. I have to find that.
I think that most likely that night, Dominic told Mackenzie he was leaving. Mackenzie is not used to being told no. She gets her way, or something is going to happen.
And that was evident with the text messages.
Mackenzie loses the free lifestyle at his house. She loses the boyfriend on her arm.
Which is motive enough for her, you know? Well, here's the thing, FBI. In the documentary, I found this crazy. In the documentary, it says that a jogger called it in. That somebody was doing, they were a runner. That a runner called it in. But last night on the sister's TikTok, the sister said that it was a guy, a motorcycle rider, and that the motorcycle guy came by and called the law, and then that he had passed away since. But again, in the documentary, it says that it was a jogger. So maybe two people called. I'm not sure. I remember in the documentary that I wasn't able to see the crash until the police officer drove around the sign. We're going to have to look at it.
Mackenzie loses her whole identity without Dominic.
Because apparently, and again, it could have been just here. It was hearsay, obviously, because the boy that said it, I'm assuming it was a boy, said that Rosie told him. I'm thinking that's what they used, he or whatever. But they said that Rosie told him that she drove by there at 6 a.m., saw the crash, didn't know anybody was in there, didn't call the police, and then left, and then found out later, like, oh my God, I passed that, and I didn't know it was them. So maybe that was just hearsay. I mean, it was hearsay. Maybe it wasn't true.
And without that, she has to go back home and be a normal high school kid again. I think you see that when she's posting, I'm the girl you die for. She turned that corner and she put her fuzzy Prada slipper to the floor of that Toyota and never lifted it up. She never attempted to hit the brakes.
Investigators arrive at a conclusion almost too unbelievable to air.
She did this on purpose.
This is like part 2, because they tell Dominic's mom on her porch, and the first thing she says is, what did she do? Well, when she first answers, they're like, who was she with? And she says, that little girlfriend. And then they tell her what happened, and she's like, well, her first worry, because they told her Mackenzie was driving, she was like, where's Mackenzie's mom? And then she goes, what did she do? And listen to what she says here.
It can't be true.
Mom, it's all right, okay?
No, it's not. It's not. It can't be true. It can't be true. It can't be true. What happened at the car? What happened in the car? What did they do? What did they do? I don't like her driving anyway. I don't like her driving.
She says, I don't like her driving. I don't like her driving. Mackenzie was known to post Snapchats where she would be driving 90 to 100 miles an hour, and she would show the speedometer on her Snapchat that she was going that fast. So she was known to be a terrible driver at that. This poor mother.
God, and that other kid, I don't even know him. I don't even know him. I don't know him. I don't even know him. I don't even know the kid.
I think Sarge made contact with whoever the phone away, so I picked up.
Why, how can they be dead? How can they be dead in the car? How can they be dead in the car? Tell me. Ow. Ow. Oh my God. Oh my God.
It's
Oh
so
my
awful.
God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
But the fact that she says, like, what did she do right away? I mean, and that story, if that story is true with that they had come and got her, I mean, that they had to come get Dom off the interstate. I'm sure that was her first thought that ran across her mind was, oh my God, she did it. Like, she finally did it. You think so, Tam Tam? Right, Tina? Why can't you just say they're in jail? I mean, ugh, heart-wrenching. Hold on. See this for a second. Oh shit. Hold on. I don't. I'm not trying to get commercials here, so I gotta switch. Um. Oh, if you're on Malarkey Media, come on over to the other channel because I am live on Feminine and Fierce. I'm gonna turn this one off though. Love y'all. I forgot to turn it back off. I did it so I could see if it would show up, and it showed up, but then I forgot to turn it off. Let's see. Oh, okay. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, her mom has brought the book up a million times. Like, write your book, write your book. Okay, so here's the crash site. So you see the signs over here where the sign points like directly at the V where they hit. So the sign is in front of where they hit, but the car bounces off and comes over here in front of this part of the building. Hold on. Oh, it might be covering it, but of course, if you look around though, there's shit everywhere. Like, I don't see how you wouldn't have seen the sign was screwed up. There's stuff all in the yard. It is kind of covering it though, madams. I think you're right. But again, look at all that yard and especially if she turned right, like, come on. You had to see something. Um, but yeah, I feel like you would have seen the debris and like the sign being all messed up and shit. Trying to see it from far back, like how where is it?
Her stomach's moving. Look.
There it is. See, they hit this corner here, and then her car's right here, and in that tree. So the tree could have blocked it too. But it bounced. It hit here and bounced. She went through that sign, and then she hit this corner of this building on the passenger side. So like Dom and Davion hit right on the brick. Obviously she didn't, but still, you're going 100 mph and then a dead stop, like, which threw her. But they also are saying that the airbags deployed at the intersection. And so one of the mother's comments is, how could she have been steering the car to hit the building if her airbags deployed at the intersection? Because you couldn't have been able to see. She said the curtains, the airbag curtains, which are like what comes around like in front of the windows, and not just the windshield, but like the side ones. They said that they deployed at the intersection. So her mom's argument, one of her arguments was like, how could she have driven it into the building if she couldn't see and it's in the middle of it's dark out. Okay. See. There's just so much on this. I just see like more stuff every single. Oh, I do want to show you this before I get into it. So, Mackenzie is said to never eat. Let me click the comment. Mackenzie is said to never eat jail food. Not only does she have commissary, but the type of jail she's at, you guys, they can get anything. Like they have a huge commissary list. When I say commissary, I'm not talking about if you've never been in jail or you don't know. Some people don't. Commissary list is not only like junk food and stuff like that, they're in prison. So they can order makeup, shoes, they can pretty much order anything as long as it comes straight from the facility. As long as it either comes straight from the commissary thing, or sometimes they can get like outside stuff delivered as long as it comes in a box from the store itself. So like you couldn't take your TV off the wall and ship it to somebody in prison. You would have to go online and like buy it from Amazon or whatever and get it shipped in. But they have like everything on the commissary. Makeup. Like I said, her side hustle was making bracelets, making nose rings, distressing the hats that are on commissary, and then making the shoes, like distressing the shoes or adding something to the shoes. She also, which she has gotten in trouble a lot for, she also alters her outfits. So she takes like the state issued jumbo pants and she makes them down into joggers. She makes them tighter. She's got written up several times because she makes her pants too tight. And that's why you see, if you've looked at her charges, the 24 incidents, she's got a lot of incidences for contraband or something like that. That could have been just her altercation or altering or something. She's altering their outfits. That's what she gets. That's why she gets that charge. And then contraband, if she doesn't have a receipt, like say she's got, they give you like a trunk and you have a lock, or you'll have like a locker with a lock, right? Whatever's in your trunk, when they do like a shakedown or whatever, they can, or at any time, they can go through your locker or your trunk and tell you to like unlock it. They can go through it. And if you don't have a receipt for everything on there, like say you have 2 chips, but you only have a receipt for one, they can write you up for contraband or whatever. So that's how that works. But let me show you what they can also order. So if you have a loved one in the Ohio Reformatory for Women, you can go online, which is what Mackenzie usually eats. You can go online and you can order them food and it will come straight to their prison. So you can get chicken tenders, onion rings, you can get chocolate cream pie, banana pudding, you can get cookies, a cheesesteak calzone and wings, you can get a double cheeseburger and a Caesar salad, you can get a steak and egg bowl, a brunch burger, a double Angus burger. Like you can get all of this sent to them. You could order it. Pizzas, burgers, chicken tenders. It's like, bar food or whatever. So if you have enough money, you can eat how you want, like put enough, you can have all your makeup, everything. And if you're not familiar, she is not in a prison with cells where like you see on movies and stuff where they lock them in their cells. She is in what they call a dorm, and they call the different buildings like cottages. Also, fun fact, the prison that she's in, if you get sent to that prison when you're pregnant, you can get into a program where you can raise your baby up until they're 3. They like to do it with people with smaller sentences. That way they can usually discharge the mother or like send the mother and the baby home together. But yes, they have like a cottage there. It's like a house. It's got a playground there. But yeah, so you can order any of this stuff for your person in prison. And with Mackenzie having like a million side hustles, plus she's got they said no less than 100 sugar daddies, plus her parents. Oh, she's eating like, she don't have to eat the jail food. The girl that was in there named Juice that was in there with her said her and her friend never ate the jail food. In fact, she got all of their trays because they never ate it. I didn't see prices on there, but it's probably expensive. Probably like DoorDash or something. I wouldn't doubt it. Oh yeah, she's at a very low level. Like I said, they have free range. There's a college. There is a barber school and like hairstylist. There is a huge library. They've got a volleyball court. I believe they have basketball. They have They have basketball, volleyball, something else. Softball, like a baseball field. They've got and they have free range. Now they have to do count, I think like 6 times a day. So they have to be like I think around their bunk 6 times a day for count, and it lasts like 30 minutes. But they have like jobs they have to do, or they either have to have a job or they have to be in school. But there's colleges, there's everything you could think of. It's like they call it like a compound, and they're allowed to like free reign. They have a bead room where they make like that's where she allegedly got some of the beads in her hair. They have a bead room where they make different jewelry and stuff, and you can order online and get it sent to people, I guess, or something. Burgers are $14 to $20. FBI, so she has hustles in prison. She sells jewelry, she sells all kinds of stuff. Plus, they say she's got like no less than 100 sugar daddies because she's on the site that Gypsy Rose met. What's his name? What was her first husband's name? Not Ken, but the other one. Why can't I think of his name? I want to say it starts with an M, but I can't even think of it. Anyway, Gypsy Rose met her husband and other people she was engaged with, I think, on that same website that Mackenzie is on. It's like basically like a dating site for prisoners. So she's got all these men that are sending her money. Let's see. But yeah, I just wanted to show you guys the food because you guys know that I am such a picky eater, and that is like one thing that has always deterred me for ever going to jail or prison is like I could never eat. Like I just couldn't do it. Like it would, especially the textures that they have. Ryan, thank you. Yeah, she met Ryan on that same website that Mackenzie's on. I could not think of that. She's in the Ohio Reformatory for Women. Okay, so this is Natalie Shirilla. She was on a podcast.
That juvenile facility.
I showed a couple clips from
the
facility, county, and the prison.
Okay. So in the juvenile facility, what was her mind state like in that juvenile facility? Mackenzie.
That the truth will set her free.
Okay. And then then she goes into the county. She goes to adult jail. What was that like? Did she ever like express like the change up from going to being around kids to adults? Like, did she ever?
It was scary. That was a very scary situation for her and me, because you're in there with scary people, right? And some not, some are. And that was just a scary situation all the way around. A lot of unknown, treading unknown waters. We have no idea what the staff is like. And you hear all these horror stories and you see these movies about what people have to endure when they're in that situation. And she's like an 18-year-old tiny little girl who got into a car accident, and we're just holding on for like dear life through that situation. It was very, very scary.
And then she gets sentenced, right? And she ends up in the state prison. What, if you could describe what that prison's like over there right now and the treatment over there? Because some people are saying it's a cakewalk and some people saying it's tough. Through your lens, what's it like in there?
I don't know. I know that there's no good days for anybody in there. It's very hard, and you always have to, walk around with eyes in the back of your head and everything. But I don't know why they call it a cup. What do they call it? A cupcake camp?
No, a cakewalk. Yeah, they call it.
No, Camp Cupcake is a fed prison in West Virginia that Martha Stewart went to, but it's comparable to that.
Cakewalk. Yeah.
And then what he says is, she says something like, "Can you tell him I just had a seizure? Let's just tell him I had a seizure." And then what he says is,
okay, we saw this part.
If you could describe it.
It's hard because it's just hard because we're being judged on like if you knew me. Like they don't know me, they don't know us, we have not spent time together, right? So how would you like it if they took and picked your worst moments and compiled it into a little segment for you to be judged on? That's not who you are. That's not who you are.
But do you think that Mackenzie made a big mistake from trying to go to the internet to clear her name, and it kind of backfired on her?
Oh, you mean her Instagram post?
Like, well,
which one?
like, well, she was heavy into the internet or age, like, whatever it is. You tell me about
Just
it. And
being
what
so much on the internet after the accident and not like, you
letting
know,
it breathe,
right.
so to speak. Like, and then it
Like-
kind of backfired on her.
What parts after the accident?
The
Well,
time, the time being after the accident, after she got better, or being in her hospital bed, being on the internet, going live, talking about things, just all that time after the accident.
And then all of a sudden people hear a different version of the story saying that she drove and staked it out and this and that, and there's no remorse. And, and that now all of a sudden the internet starts turning, right? Like, did you know she was on the internet like that? And how did you feel? And how do you feel about her internet use? Was that an issue with you, or did you just let her do whatever she wanted?
Well, after the accident, I mean, there are people that care about her and wanted to see how she was doing, right? So she posted those videos of herself laying in the bed or whatever for her family and people that care about her. So I didn't have a problem with that part.
Well,
Right,
what about
so good.
those parts?
Yeah, I think, is that what you're saying, Jay Bro? You want to
Like from the
elaborate a little bit
hospital
more?
and everything?
No, just like how she just
Always an excuse instead of just saying like, you know what, I can understand what people are coming from, and that wasn't the best way to handle it. It's an excuse. Well, she did that for the family that loves her. Ever sit back and think about it being insensitive to the families? Not even after this much time, you still don't get it. That's sad.
If you have that paperwork where a doctor explains her mindset, I mean, this is the type of stuff that should be released in that space and
she
time,
made,
especially at.
Yeah, I'm sorry. She did speak at the trial. There was a letter they read at the trial. She spoke on her behalf.
Now, what the big one that not the juvenile transfer hearing, the one that she got 15, like, right? So what was that letter like? What did she say?
Well, I can't remember word for word, but her behavior was great. She was like, I'm probably going to get ripped on for saying this, but she was like a star student. I don't know how else to say it. So she did all the programming. She was the top of her class in this culinary class that she was in.
In DYS.
Yeah.
So she was thriving in DYS, in juvenile detention, you say?
That's right.
So that's why I'm here, because I'm trying to understand what is the criteria of juvenile being tried as a juvenile.
I don't know.
Because if she's doing good.
She was literally 3 days away from her 18th birthday. Like, we have seen as much true crime as we've talked about in the last year, because it's been over a year, I think, since we've been doing this every week. But as much as we've seen, I mean, we've seen kids as young as 11, I think, be tried as adults. So for them to even try to argue the whole her being tried as an adult versus a juvenile is just insane to me, because it was 3 days. It wasn't 3 years.
Under 25, her brain's not. You guys know the points. You guys.
Well, under 25, let me go to this next one. Under 25 wouldn't matter, because you mean like we're supposed to give special credence to people because they're under 25 and their brain's not developed fully? I don't know about that one. I don't know if I agree with that one. Okay, so the sister just went live just did a video recently about Mackenzie filing for yet another appeal. So I wanted to see what she had to say about this.
Sister unhinged here. Got a letter today in the mail. I have it blurred out because my address is on it. Dated 4/28/2026 regarding defendant Mackenzie F. Shirilla. I would like to inform you about the following information regarding your case. The defendant has filed a notice of appeal. The defendant has not been released while the appeal is pending. Yada, yada, yada. This is exactly what I'm talking about, Mackenzie. You got 10 years. It's literally nothing. You keep doing things like this and causing the entire family, not just me, the entire family, anxiety now until this is completely over with. Now we have to sit through another hearing. We have to wait for a decision. That could take 6 months to 12 months. It takes forever. So nobody will be able to be at peace. This will always be on the back of our minds, thinking, my brother's demented murderer could possibly walk free, but that's not going to happen. We all know she's not getting out. It's more of, just the anxiety and having to see that family who support her. But I will see Natalie and Steve. I'll be seeing you there. We'll be seeing you there. Look forward to seeing you again. And yeah, so terrible news for the family. I thought I would be the one to share it because the internet is going to find out anyways, like you guys always do. But I figured now that I have this, I would share it this time. But yeah, I will be seeing them soon. Look forward to it. And thanks again, because now we have to go through this all over again.
Bonnie, there are murderers in there. There are baby murder, all that. There are one lady that's been in there since 1987, Debbie Beale. She's a infamous, they all talk about her. She allegedly offed her like 4 kids, or 5. They were said that she had 1 kid left and that he came to visit her like one time and that she went off on him and told him she wished he would have been there too. And then the story goes that he allegedly wrecked on the way home and is no longer with us. I don't know how true that is, but Debbie Beale is definitely in the jail with her. There's actually some notorious people in the jail with her right now. I know one was Charlotte. No, was it Charlotte Hodges? She just got out recently. She did 20 years or maybe over 20 years. She got out last year in November and she's on like 5 years, but Charlotte Hodge, I believe that's her name. She ended up letting a boyfriend use something on her child, if you get the drift. And yeah, she got 20 years and just got out. There's all kinds of like infamous people that have taken people out of this world, or done some disgusting things that are in that prison. It just depends on how they're classified. Okay, so some of you
on
guys had
that,
not
but
seen
it
this.
does sound
That sounds like
This is
yeah,
about
that's why
This is where she contacted the paranormal investigator over the court TV, where it sounds like they say, or somebody or something says, she killed us.
one of the reasons I sought you out was because I had posted the me watching it on my YouTube page, and a lot of the comments were, have you gotten this certified by a paranormal expert? And I was like, actually, I didn't think I needed to, but that sounds like something maybe I should do. And then my mom, she knew you from the island, or Robert with the house and stuff. So that's how it came about. But it's from the body cam, so it can't be altered. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And it's directly from court TV. So, I mean, they're not going to put out altered footage. They're just not.
Nope. And do you think this is, in your expertise or your experience, don't know if you know or not, but do you feel like that's like good or bad, or good or evil, that voice?
Good or evil? I'm not going to give an opinion on that, but it does sound like a classic disembodied voice, where normally when we hear actual spirit voices, they do come across as a whisper instead of an actual, like me and you talking right now. They always sound more like a whisper in death for some reason. I can't explain why, but as far as good or evil, I can't say either way, but I definitely wouldn't say it sounds like a dark voice to me. It doesn't sound like it's anything dark to me. It just sounds like someone
sounds
trying
like
to
my brother. It does sound like Dom.
In my personal opinion, it sounds to me like someone is trying to tell that police officer something that he doesn't know. And I'm going to leave it at that, because I'm not going to cause any ill intentions.
Have you guys all seen the video of the court TV video where she says it, or they say it? Hold on, I know it's on the save videos. Hold on. I bet. But this case, there's just so much, and I'm probably still leaving out some of the stuff that I wanted to tell you guys because I just come across so much stuff. Um, and I try to get as much in front of you guys as I can. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, let me see. All right, here it is. She will get more added onto her sentence for bad behavior. I mean, so far, she definitely, like I said, she's had 24 incidents in the last year, I believe, is what it said.
I'm going to turn my volume up as much as possible, and let me go ahead and share this for you. You're going to hear him say, I don't want to hurt you. And you're going to be listening for something right
That's the cop,
after
right?
that. That's
The
the
cop
police
is
officer.
saying, I don't want to hurt you.
He's trying to buckle her in, and he's saying, I don't want to hurt you. And then
Okay.
it
Yeah.
happens right after that. So let me go ahead and play this.
Okay.
I don't want to go. I'm not going to hurt you.
No, I hear it.
So let me
Like a
try
breath.
again. I'm going to go back just to right here. Okay. And you're going to listen.
You okay?
Did you hear that?
Wow. Do it one more time.
See, she's like,
Okay,
wow.
that's all I needed for you to do.
This is not something that I found or I think. This is something that I
No.
stumbled across on the internet. So it's not just me that thinks I hear this. But Christine,
I don't know if I'll be able to sleep tonight.
when
my God.
when I first messaged you that I heard this voice, what I told you not was that I heard a voice. I told you I heard Dominic, because that is Dominic's whisper.
And that was a year.
By the way, this is family. This is Rebecca Russo and Christine Russo. So this was Dom's sister, and then this was, I don't know if she is I think she's a cousin. So yeah.
That was a year ago, and I tried and I didn't hear that until you did that.
Let me
But
let me
it
do it. I
is
have
all
this
right.
volume all the
Let
way
me
up.
hear it again.
Yep.
I don't want to go. I'm not going to hurt you. You okay?
Yeah.
What the?
Yeah.
Can
It's
I hear
just
it
such
one
a light
more
whisper.
time?
I'm gonna try not to go
one more
back too far
time,
here.
because I want to see if I think it's Dom. I know that's what it was said, but I want to hear if it was
Sounds
Dom.
like Dom, because I don't know what Davion's voice sounds like. But here,
Yeah,
let me
I
go back
want to hear. I have the shock of hearing it now. I want to really make sure it's his voice. Go to and keep the time up so I can see where it's 2:44, right?
It's at 2:44 is when it happens. So yeah, let me go back up.
I don't want to go. I'm not going to hurt you. You okay?
And he even says, the police officer says, "What's that?" Like he heard it.
I'm not sure if that's his voice, but you know what? It might be Davion's.
But I didn't even let
And-
this play further so you could hear the police officer notice what.
Oh, come on.
Listen.
So she hears it again, and she does say it's Dom.
What?
Listen.
I don't want to go. I'm not going to hurt you. You okay?
That was Dom. That was Dom. I heard it. That was Dom.
Yeah,
that was
it's
his voice.
his whisper. It's
and
his.
the cop said, "What was that?"
What was that? And she never answered because she didn't say anything. Crazy, right?
Yeah, it does, Billy.
I remember hearing this the first time and calling you.
Ugh, just gives me chills. It's like he wants the cop, like, because she had not been arrested. So it happened on July 31st. She had not been arrested until this point, and this was in November. So it went from July 31st to November, I think 4th is when she was arrested. And the fact that he's like it seems like he's there, like trying to tell the officer, like, hey, this is what happened, like he's trying to speak. Um, like he's trying to tell them, hey, this is what happened type thing. Okay, let me get to this. Okay. So these are two girls. This is the sister. Yes, simply. This is the sister, and she's interviewing two girls that went to prison with Mackenzie, one of which dated her, kind of. Uh, so the one that she dated is on the top, and then the other girl says that she was never friends with her, but she was in the prison at the same time.
But then again, she wasn't, because she was still doing stuff like making hooch and other things in there.
Kenzie
making alcohol.
He was making
Yeah,
hooch.
I know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Mackenzie made hooch for, I think it was Jasmine's birthday.
Oh.
And they were hiding it under Jasmine's bed, and the COs ended up coming. And Jasmine, being Mackenzie's best friend at the time, she didn't want to let her go down for that, so she like, oh, it's mine. And she took the whole shot because she knew Mackenzie had that
appeal coming up.
appeal coming up. So she took the whole shot.
So she's manipulating the people in there too, getting them to take the fall for her. It's disgusting.
Oh,
Wow.
man, wait till you guys hear Jasmine's story. Like, I don't know much of it because they live together, but just the little bit she told me, yeah, she is very manipulative.
Wow. So Cheyenne, did you dated her then for a couple of weeks? And like, did you learn, what else can you tell me? Was she like how about this to both of you? Did she ever, like, you think genuinely show any remorse at all?
I did, like, okay, so when I was in there, I did genuinely feel like she loved Dom because the way she was talking about it, but remorse, I didn't see that. I felt like, to me, what I felt off the whole situation is she did it on purpose, but she expected not to walk away from it. And now that she did, she, like, it's so, I don't know, it's so hard to wrap my head around her brain. Because she did talk so highly of him, like she loved him, like, said, like, he never did anything bad to me. We obviously had a little fights, and he cheated a couple of times, but she never spoke, like, bad to him. But remorseful, I don't think so. I think it was more like, all right, even if I do say something, it's going to have to be positive because
do you think
I'm
that
going to the deal.
Do you think that maybe she believes her own like narrative that she's writing, and that's
I think
why
she's trying to stick with it in her head, right? And she's trying to live that lie so she can actually tell herself that. You could, I mean, have you guys now, how about this? Have you guys now heard the prison calls with her mom and how she talks? Yeah, like that just.
Oh, yeah, we made it to the UK.
Yeah.
Bro, you're on there for murder.
Yeah, or calling us evil. She's calling us evil, and the press, everybody else is evil. And it's like, oh my God, Natalie, your daughter murdered 2 people. Like, why would you call us evil? How are we evil? I don't like, the calls they're terrible. And it just really shows, because I didn't think she obviously didn't know she was getting recorded or that they'd come out, for the longest time. So it really shows her true colors, talking in there. It's wild how, completely wild. What about you? Kat, what about, you? What was your experience like?
I mean, I've spoken to some, the way that she carried herself from like how I observed her and things that I saw her do and interact or whatever. She didn't give off remorseful. Now people have asked me how do you know what's going on in somebody's brain?
Also, I will say to the whole thing about Dom cheating, I will say that was something that was in their conversations, is that he did cheat, and that was one reason she seemed to be like more controlling. I think that's one reason he allowed her in some ways to be more controlling, is because she had that reason to not trust him. But he got really tired of it really fast. Are there prisons like this for men? I'm sure there are, but men's prisons are different in the fact that like they will they're not going to hang out with a PDF. They're not going to be cool with men who off their kids, or you know what I mean? Like it's different. It's like they're just different. Like a woman's for women, the prison, it's like high school popularity contest. You get pretty privilege, all that. But men's prisons are more like hardcore on the street. Not even though they're not on the street, but like street rules, like gangs, like everybody kind of gets in a gang. You got to find your way. And they're more violent, I would say. Um, but yeah, women's prisons like are not they're like Orange is the New Black is if you've ever seen it, even Mackenzie was like, yeah, this is like Orange is the New Black. Like they're in a dorm style thing. They're not even in cells or anything. You need to know who's in there with her. I could do a whole series on who's in the Ohio Reformatory for Women. There are so many women that are in there. You'd be like, how are these women that have these crimes, like these crazy crimes, in a facility that I can't do a facility. How are they in the facility where they have like all this free roam, like all these things? It's insane. But it's a very low level and it's low level. What shocks me is it's low level, but you can have anybody from like a felony 3 robbery all the way or identity theft all the way up to offing their kids. Like it's nuts. I'll definitely do it.
I don't. You know, she could have gone and laid on that bunk. And been
Right, silly?
sick and died, you know, but I never saw that. I saw you can see that Shania is talking about also, which, pause, do you think that that's the same Mackenzie in the documentary?
No. That is not Mackenzie. That is not one shred of Mackenzie in that documentary. Like, when I saw that, I was like,
who is this?
Really?
Literally. And the girl that I saw didn't look sad, didn't look depressed, was very almost, like I said, happy-go-lucky, like just attention's on me, spreading around, just happy, you know. Didn't even seem like she realized she was sitting in prison.
Really? So she was happy inside, just happy bopping around like she's just hanging out and stuff.
She went to like line dancing every night. Anytime there was open gym to go to volleyball, like she did all of it. She would buy clothes to go to these events.
Oh yeah, they have yoga, they have like hip hop, they have dance where like you can go to dinner and then you go to like dance class afterwards and yoga and all this stuff. They have the big gym there. Like again, I'm not surprised that can you imagine if you live like a really hard life and you never had anything, you bounce from home to home, you get in prison, you can go to college for free, you can get DoorDash, what? You can go to like you have a whole life there. They get like 3 rec times, like 3 yard a day. And like I said, they have basketball court, volleyball court, a softball, baseball field. They've got a gym. Some women, and they have no responsibilities. They don't have to pay rent. They don't have to pay a light bill. They don't have to even buy groceries if they don't want to. Of course they're going to be, and they have hustles that they can do on the inside, and they can get sugar daddies on the outside that are sending them money. Like, that's no wonder some women, and I'm not saying all, but no wonder some women come back. It's easier on them. They get institutionalized for one, and for two, they can't handle after they've been in there so long, they can't handle the stress of everyday life. It's a very fast-paced world, and they have to work and do all these, and that's just not how prison is.
Like exclusive clothes and stuff. Like once, as
yeah,
an
camp.
Exclusive, if you say, okay.
Yeah, she goes out and tans.
Nike hoodie in there, an actually Nike hoodie. It went for like $300-$400.
They get like coconut oil and stuff off the commissary, and during the I will say one thing that they don't have. They do not have air condition or heat. So I will say that's one thing because I would die without air conditioner in the summer. But because it's so hot, they get like coconut oil off the commissary and then they lather themselves up and they go out and tan. But yeah, they don't have AC nor do they have heat in the wintertime.
$400 because we're in prison, obviously.
Wow.
But it was hard to wear anyways because the COs would take it from you if they see you had it on. But I see her with stuff like the gems in her hair. You can't do that. You can't have those. Like, they'll take them.
The pink t-shirt.
Yeah, that pink t-shirt she had.
So she knows that this was you're not allowed to have this stuff in prison. Is that you guys know that is the thing?
That's why
So
she pays so highly for them.
okay, so she like just didn't give a shit about the rules inside, basically. Is that like she just did it anyways?
On the outside, she tried to follow them because she did not want to get that ticket or that whole shot, like I said.
Mm-hmm.
But no, she'd sneak and do stuff. Like when I was with her, she would might sneak like behind the building or something and go do stuff. And I was like, doing a lot.
Yeah, especially when you're about to get out, right? And you had only a couple weeks left, right? Wow. Did you guys witness any type of bullying, like any mean girl as she was, any type of that going on in prison with her?
Okay. I never seen her do it to people's faces, but yeah, we'd be walking the track and she'd point people out and talk about them for sure, like try to mock them, or like when we walk behind them, say they're like bigger, she'll like
Really?
behind them, stuff like that. Yeah, but face to face, no. Like she did not like confrontation. I feel like one time, one of the other girls I was talking to, when I was talking to Mackenzie, they started arguing and she kind of looked like a deer in headlights. She was like looking at me like trying to get her.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she like, that's just crazy when I always see this stuff like saying she likes confrontation and stuff. In prison, she was not like that.
No, she was very much had her head down. Like she did not get involved in anything hostile.
Yeah, I mean, do you blame her? Look at her, you know.
Yeah, she there would.
You eat her up, right? Yep.
Yeah.
What about you, Kat? Any bullying, anything like that?
Oh, they can give fast food.
I actually like interviewed Cheyenne. Like, what was it, like 8?
Okay, so I was told, because I used to watch Lockup all the time about like the different prisons, which they didn't have very many women prisons on there, but Maricopa County had that one sheriff, or that one, I think he was sheriff and he was warden, but he ran Tent City, and they had to do, even the women, I believe, they lived in tents, which I did find this out, that in the facility that they didn't have to live in the tents, that the tents were actually a program where they could get out sooner or something, but there was on site, there were jail cells that were not in the tent city. So like they had other facilities, they had other facilities on the campus, but Tent City was like a program, kind of like they do, like the Ohio Reformatory for women. They have a boot camp for women, which just went under investigation, I want to say last year, because they were making the girls do like these humiliating things and keeping them up all night. So they're under investigation, or were under investigation for the boot camp, but that's kind of what they said Maricopa was. They had a tent city, and they had to wear black and white stripes. The men had to wear pink boxers. They had to sleep in tents in Arizona weather in the summer, winter, whenever. You know, it gets like in the summer it gets like 120 degrees there. And they have to do the chain gangs and everything. No AC, but the guy supposedly died or resigned or something. I got it that time. I did. I got it. Somebody wrote it in the chat, and I was like, okay, that's how I say it. But they said something about that guy resigned or died. I can't remember what his name was. I'm sure y'all know if you watched it who he was. But they said they changed the tent city, but I don't know how true that is. That's hell living, sleeping outside at 104 plus degree temperature. I can't imagine. I mean, I can't imagine it's much cooler in their prison. I mean, it's not 104, but like in Ohio in the summer, it gets in the 90s. So I would assume it's pretty hot in there where they're at too. Yeah, they wear pink socks, pink boxers. You seen the tent city? They said it changed, so I don't know. I don't know if it did. Yeah, Maricopa County. You got to push your bottom teeth. I don't have any teeth. Remember, silly rabbit? Oh, am I supposed to push my dentures out?
8 or 9 months ago.
Really? I see. I don't. You guys.
Oh yeah, we saw that.
I don't pay any attention, so this is all new to me.
When does she get home?
I have an entire mission, you guys. One, And there were things that I didn't get to say
Finally,
to
it
him,
cleared
like,
up.
you know, it was not good, but it's hard. But then the thought of her getting out, and you know that, like Gypsy Rose, it's going to happen. She's going to, and in the future, and who knows where social media will be then. You know what I mean? Like, it'll be even more. And like, I got to figure out how to stop her from being the next Gypsy Rose. And I'm like, yes, this is actually amazing. And there's a girl helping me with it. And at the end of this, I'll go over her. She's got she does this for, like, her mom was murdered. And she's helping me write the petition. And we're going to start yeah, that's like, I'm on a mission. I'm on a mission.
They're going to start a foundation.
As you should be.
Mhm.
As you should be. Nothing should be off.
Cradle to in everything she wants. So what was she getting everything she wants? You guys in there? Was she? What kind of stuff? Talk about it.
She wanted, she got, like, anything. That girl had a TV. That girl had, like I said, the gems. She had exclusive pink shirt, painted on shoes that she got done. Had like 4 or 5 pairs of shoes. It was
Wow.
jewelry.
What?
Altered clothes, flat iron, curling iron, all of that.
Really? So she's. Wow. And
oh yeah, I saw another girl. The girl that I was talking about, I think on Malarkey yesterday. The girl, her name is Kaylee Thompson. They're trying to get her clemency. She's been in there for 18 years. She just got flopped by the parole board for 5 more years. She got put in there at 16 because she made a phone call to a pizza delivery guy. It was the second time they had done it. She never went to the scene, but her boyfriend and his friends did go meet up the delivery driver, tried to rob him. He put up a fight, and he ended up getting taken out of this world. So she's been in there for 18 years. She just got flopped for another 5 years until she can see the parole board again. She's gotten 2 associates. She's almost got her master's in finance, and she's taken like every course, every certification you can get. But she does videos. This girl, I don't think it's her, but there's a girl, one of her friends that's out now, that posts her videos from like the GTL tablet, and she's on there she's like she's on there showing the food they get from that place. She's on there like using a flat iron on her hair. Like, it's crazy what all they get in there.
And that's pretty uncommon in jail, would you say?
Yeah,
Is that uncommon to have all that?
It's not like uncommon. It's just a iron before it came in the box. It was probably like $1 to get one of those on the farm.
Really?
Most of the people that have like that kind of stuff inside prison have been there for a long time. And
Yeah,
remember,
or came
we're
from
talking
DCI.
about, like the first year of her sentence. So, and she already had all of this, and she did not, like, a lot of the women in prison that have all this stuff, they're getting it for themselves. They're doing some kind of.
They got life, and they're not trying to come up off it because they're trying to make their stay the easiest as they can.
Yeah.
Buying it for themselves. Mackenzie wasn't doing that in there, so this was a full 100% her family or her whatever support.
These disgusting, creepy supporters. Such creeps. Wow. Yeah, I didn't know that. I did not know that. I figured she was living like a queen in there, but it's infuriating. Like, Dom's not here, and she's having a good old time in prison. She's got girlfriends, everything she wants. You know what I'm saying? So, like, what is her punishment? She can't leave, but what else?
I have a feeling, and this is just my, thinking, I don't know for sure. I feel like she'll end up shipped to DCI.
Me too. With the ticket she's racking up, she going to DCI.
What is DCI?
It's maximum.
Oh.
So where she's at right now is medium.
Well, I wonder if they've told her that. I wonder if they told her, like, hey, if you don't stop racking these up, you're about to go to maximum security. Oh, I think she would have a fit if they moved her from that jail. But that's crazy that they say that those chicks say that.
DCI isn't it's sells, it's
yes,
locked down, it's real. They don't like
Yeah, they try to send me there like 2 years, so I know they're gonna send her.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they try to send me for. My mom was like a lot of out of places. I ain't gonna lie, I had like 107 out of places because I was just running around.
Mm-hmm.
But
out of places are really good. Like,
yeah.
So I do want to say that, like, in her, but those aren't crazy to get.
Mhm.
And you can be on the wrong side of the stairs. They're like, you're out of place on the next cottage's stairs.
I'm like, you need to cross the line during count time, and they could be like, that's out of place, or the cubicle next to yours, and they could bunch it out of place.
Crazy.
That really is.
Her tickets, especially if they keep coming in with those.
Yeah,
Y'all know what tickets I'm talking
Right,
about.
Val? Exactly.
When they classify you, they take your age into consideration too. So if you're under, like, what is it, 28? 28 or 25, you're automatically level 2.
Because I came in at 23, and they're like, you're under 25, you're level 2.
I didn't know that. Okay, so that's why she got sent to that prison and not maximum? Or that's in the prison?
So you can stay at Marysville at level 2,
Okay.
which is where we were. We were all.
Dayton's level 3.
So if she keeps getting in trouble, they'll reclassify her and she'll become level 3.
Okay.
And they'll move her to Dayton.
And, okay, so Dayton's just like a maximum security.
Yeah, it's cells, it's locked down, it's a lot.
Yeah, it's like 20 and 4.
Wow.
There's not as much free reign.
She's gonna end up there, but I think if she does end up there, you can level back down and come back.
But it takes like so much time.
Yeah, like a year, maybe or 2. I see how a lot of my friends went down there trying to level back down and come.
Wow. Yeah, that is I was actually wondering why she wasn't sent to maximum, because I thought if you murdered somebody, that's kind of where you went. I didn't know that they get to go in medium.
I don't know if they have to pay or not, Kyla.
Classification process. So
I have no
when you
idea.
are in, they look at everything. They don't just look at your charge and say, oh, you have a violent charge, you're going to maximum security. They look at
everything.
your age, if you have history.
Talked to you guys for so long.
By the way, this is on her page, The Big Sister Unhinged. If you want to, like, she's got all kinds of videos on there, guys. She's got the paranormal guy. She's got a medium, I think, on there. She's got her and her cousin just talking about it. She has a video where she reacts to like some of the stuff that's been coming out. She's got lots of videos on here that you can go through.
But like I said, I felt like it was so insensitive from how I'm connected to the case. Like, they would always tell me to contact Dom's sister. I was like, I don't want to do that because I don't know how she would react, but I'm open to the floor if she ever wants to contact me.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I really do.
I'm really glad you know that I'm
multiple people asking about the gibberish talk and the rugs in prison.
What are the runs in prison?
Rugs.
What rugs?
Rugs.
Did she have rugs? What is that?
Oh, that's.
Hmm?
How do I say it?
Rugs.
Okay.
Oh, that's a shorthand. Brandon. Oh. I thought you meant like actual rugs. I'm like, what are the rugs? What are you? Yeah. I thought it was like a new religious thing or something like that she was doing. I'm like, wait, what do you mean?
Oh,
okay. Or somebody told me too that like she was obviously doing that because she did them on the outside. So I'm not surprised about that at all. You know, and I also don't want you guys to incriminate yourselves either talking about that. But yeah, I really appreciate both of you guys talking to me. And we can do this again. It seemed like
okay. So I think that's where I'm going to end it, guys. There's so much. There's still more. I mean, just the damn text messages alone. I mean, there's like I said, there's 31,000 pages. I mean, it's insane. But I still, the things that stick out to me are still the audio that said she killed us. And then the fact that Dom was having dreams 2.5 years before the crash about her going away in a helicopter. That blows my mind that he had not just a dream, not one dream. He was having recurring dreams of that. I think that is just, it gives me, every time I say it, it gives me chills. It's just insane. Oh, well, I hope you guys enjoyed it. We could, Val, I could literally go on and on. There is so much in this case and so many videos out there. I know, Mary Bell, like I said, I'll probably keep like doing these episodes, and I do. There's another case that I'm deep diving also, but it just seems like so much comes out about this that I could just go on and on and on and on, y'all. And as far as Malarkey, we'll catch up with that tomorrow. Yeah, definitely go check out part 1 if you haven't seen it. I might do a part 3, Colette, or I might do this other case that I've been looking into. So we'll see, but definitely a true crime on Thursday, because this case, there's just so much happening, and I don't want to miss anything that's out there, because it's just, I'm very interested, and I know you guys are right there with me, and I love that because we can discuss it and talk about it. So thank you for being there with me. Thank you for your support, and I will see you guys tomorrow. I hope you guys have a great night. Bye.